Committee will be in order, and I want to thank everybody for being here today. The chance to come back together as a committee this last week before recess is an important time for us to get our work done so that the House is able to have its will and us get out of here on Friday. And I want to acknowledge, if I can, Chairman Goodlatte, who's here, and we know that the ranking member is on his way, or perhaps on his way, but we've been given unanimous consent to go ahead and move forward. This afternoon we have to consider two very important pieces of legislation. First, we'll consider H.R. 367, the REINS Act. I believe this is a simple yet important piece of legislation designed to stop the runaway regulatory regime that I believe that the Obama administration is placing on America's businesses and families, that is costing jobs and efficiency in our marketplace and making America less able to compete globally. It requires that a joint resolution of approval must be passed by both chambers of Congress before any new rule or regulation with an economic impact of at least $100 million can take effect. To understand why this legislation is necessary, we need to look no further than today's article in Politico that is entitled President Obama's No Congress Strategy, which outlines his plan to circumvent the Constitution and lawmaking authority of this body in an attempt to force his radical political agenda on this nation. President Obama's rules and regulations disproportionately harm small businesses, harm job growth, hurt family-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses, and slows economic growth expansion. Even if you agree with the President's policy goals, it's important that this institution stand up and exert its constitutional role, I believe, in the lawmaking process. And I applaud Congressman Todd Young from Indiana for introducing this legislation, and also want to thank Chairman Bob Goodlatte, the Chairman of the Judiciary Committee from Virginia, for bringing it to us today. So I want to thank each of you for being here, and would like to yield at this time to the ranking member, the gentleman from Massachusetts, for any comments he'd like to make. Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be very brief. But in your opening statement, you raised a lot of issues that I think I have to respond to a couple of them. I think if you want to know what's hurting our economy right now, it's the sequester that my friends on the other side of the aisle voted to put in place, which we need to address. It's these terrible allocations for appropriations bills that are just unworkable, like the THUD bill that we're dealing with right now on the House floor. We ought to go to a budget conference with the Senate and try to work these numbers out and get better numbers. And I would also say that we already have the ability to rewrite laws and to do whatever we want. I mean, that's one of the things about being in Congress is we can write laws, we can repeal laws, we can change laws, we can add on to things. We can do a number of different things if we want to. So we already have that power. But I would also just suggest that this House of Representatives has brought new meaning to the word dysfunction. We came and passed a farm bill, and the majority party, brought a farm bill to the floor, and a number of chairmen of committees voted against that farm bill. I'm not quite sure that you can get a majority of votes to agree on what to have for lunch. Never mind to review every single your rule that the administration or regulation the administration puts forward. So, appreciate the opportunity to say a few words, but I don't think this is necessary. And again, I think our time would be better spent trying to figure out how to fix sequester and to get a budget conference done. And with that, I yield back my time and thank the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman for his time and also his comments. As the young chairman would recognize, the Rules Committee is made up of a group of people who meet to try and make sure that we accurately vet, based upon the best information, that substantial ideas come to this committee, and we have great witnesses, ranking members, committee chairmen, and other members who come with their ideas. And this is an opportunity in the Rules Committee for us to hear from you. We're delighted that you are with us today. And I want to also acknowledge, if I can, Mr. Chairman, I have two college students from my office, Julia and Tanner, who are over here. They are college students who are, Julia's from Germany, and expressed to me that she wanted to come up to the Rules Committee, and I said, you need to come up when Bob Goodlatte is there. So here we go today. She handpicked this day. As the chairman understands, without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered into the record, and we'll also acknowledge that if we receive anything from the ranking member. The gentleman at this time is recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairman Sessions, for the opportunity to testify today regarding H.R. 367, the regulations from the Executive in Need of Security Act of 2013, also known as the REINS Act, introduced by Mr. Young of Indiana. The Subcommittee on Regulatory Reform, Commercial, and Antitrust Law held a hearing on the REINS Act earlier this year. The full committee ordered H.R. 367 reported favorably with an amendment on April 11th of this year. Mr. Chairman, the need for this legislation to help create jobs and achieve full economic recovery is very clear. Earlier this month, President Obama announced that he would once again pivot to the economy. The bottom line of his speech: after 4.5 years of the Obama administration, we're not there yet, quote unquote. The President is right. We're not there yet. Economic growth is the key to job creation and recovery, but America's growth rate has been historically anemic throughout the Obama administration. In the first 2 quarters of this year, growth averaged only 1.4%, according to the most recent estimates. The lack of growth translates into deep economic pain for America's workers and families. In the June 2013 jobs report, the number of discouraged workers rose. The number of people working part-time but who really want full-time work rose. The number of workers who have given up looking for work or can only find a part-time job exceeds 20 million Americans. Median real household income, meanwhile, is 5% lower than in June 2009 when the recession officially ended. Worse, median incomes remain 9% below the peak they reached in January 2008 before the financial crisis. The President is indeed right. We're not there yet. But what the President missed in his speech is that it is his administration's policies that are responsible for America still remaining so deep in this economic hole. To see how true that is, one only has to look at the contrast with the recovery Ronald Reagan achieved. 4.5 years after the recession began in 1981, the Reagan administration, through policies opposite to the Obama administration's, had achieved a recovery that created 7.8 million more jobs than when recession began. Real median household income, meanwhile, rose by 7.7%. Surely the administration knows this. But instead of fixing the problem by changing its policies, the Obama administration knows only one response: double down, increase taxes, increase spending, and increase regulation. To help turn our economy around, the REINS Act focuses on major regulation. The number of new major regulations the Obama administration has issued and plans to issue, generally regulations with more than $100 million in impacts, is without modern precedent. Testimony before the Judiciary Committee this term and during the 112th Congress has plainly shown the connection between skyrocketing levels of regulation and declining levels of jobs and growth. To make matters worse, it is increasingly the case that when Congress refuses to enable the administration's flawed policies through legislation, the administration unilaterally issues new regulations to achieve an end run around Congress. The REINS Act is one of the most powerful measures we can adopt to put an end to regulation that wrong-headedly imposes the administration's flawed policies on the American people. It achieves that result in the simplest and clearest ways, by requiring an up or down vote by the people's representatives in Congress before any new major regulation can be imposed on our economy. By restoring to members of Congress, who are accountable to the American people, the responsibility for America's costliest regulatory decisions, the REINS Act provides Congress and ultimately the people with a much-needed tool to check the one-way cost ratchet turned by the Obama administration and Washington's regulatory bureaucrats. I request the Rules Committee grant an appropriate rule that allows for expeditious consideration of H.R. 367.
I thank the gentleman for his comments. I want to just ask the gentleman a question that is, I think, directly related to the bill, and that is, do you believe that picking a $100 million threshold, does that mean it's a substantial impact across the country? Was there any other thing, or we just say $100 million?
I believe,
because I think that would impact a lot of people. I guess what I'm wondering is, why not 50?
I believe that we already have in law a requirement that the administration report to the Congress any new regulations that exceed $100 million in cost. So not being able to speak for Mr. Young, I would say that that may well be the reason why that number was met. Let me tell you that given the trillions of dollars that we experience in the cost of regulations in this country, there will be many, many regulations that will exceed the $100 million threshold. We heard from an individual who said, well, it will cost farmers $40,000 to comply with a new government regulation. We quickly did the calculation. Only 25,000 farmers out of the nearly million that there are in the country would have to meet that requirement before that regulation would be subject to that review. So I think that it's a reasonable level, but the chairman makes a very good point. In the last 2 years, some 60,000 new regulations have been implemented in this country, about 200 times the number of bills passed. So in the last Congress, when we passed roughly 300 bills, just imagine that 200 times that number of regulations, which have considerable regulatory impact and considerable cost on our economy and considerable cost on jobs in this country, was going on at the same time that the Congress was acting. So while the point was made that the Congress can act, anything we act upon now has to be signed into law by this president, number one. And number two, in the meantime, the president can come before the Congress, as he did 2 years ago, and say, if you don't do this, I will. Very much to the point that you cited regarding the strategy that we're continuing to see from him right now, and that is that this is regulatory government. Without the scrutiny by the Congress, this bill would go a long way towards checking that.
Well, I'm delighted that you're here. I'm disappointed in what I've seen with job creation. I recall in testimony before this committee today, the health care bill, Chairman Rangel testified that when I asked him about jobs and job creation, he said, Mr. Sessions, there'll be millions and millions of new jobs that will be created with this health care bill. And I think it's been anything but that. And the evidence is really in the pudding, and that is there are fewer people working today in America than there were when I graduated from college. And America should have more jobs, not fewer jobs. America should want to have a proud future. And it's the American dream that's being held hostage. So I think I remember that because I remember that I wanted a job when I graduated from college. So glad you're here today and delighted that you're doing this legislation. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you bringing this particular piece of legislation to us again. I do want to say something for the record in reference to what Mr. McGovern said, because we've talked about this before. He voted against sequestration, so did I. There was bipartisan opposition to it. But there was also bipartisan approval of it, which is why it actually passed. Sometimes people need to be careful. I have a lot of people that will write me and say, why doesn't Congress just sit down and get something done? Sequestration was something where Congress, the House and the Senate and the President sat down and they got something done. I didn't like it, but it was an action that resulted in what people say they want to have taken place. And then once again, then people are saying, well, yeah, but I didn't want that to be the thing you got done. Sometimes we have to be very careful. So I don't criticize anyone who actually voted for sequestration. I understand why it happened, and it was an example of bipartisan, bicameral action. Now, the second thing is I want to congratulate you on what you're doing, except maybe piggybacking on what the chairman asked you, which the $100 million threshold, which I think is simply far too short and too small, or I'm sorry, too large an answer. I come from a state, and many states are like us, where we have committees set up in the state legislature that review every rule and regulation that comes from the executive branch, and then they can act responsibly and accordingly to that. And indeed, we maybe need to restructure our committee structure so that we make sure that every rule and regulation of the executive branch is reviewed. That is historically how we were. I have referred to this in the past, and I think this should be named the John Page Amendment or the John Page Bill. In 1791, one of the first sessions here, the issue was postal roads. And there's some significance because if you have a postal road in your area, there is an economic benefit from it. But everyone was ready to go home in Congress. They all trusted George Washington, and so they simply said, well, let's just leave this for the executive branch to work out through rule and regulation of where these roads would be. And it was John Page of Virginia who was the one that stood up and said and made a motion to adjourn and leave all the objects of legislation to his sole consideration and direction. Now, obviously, that amendment was failed. And people decided, yes, it is our responsibility, so they actually stayed here and stayed where they were. I guess it was New York back then. Stayed in Congress. They actually did their job, and they didn't just pass it over to the executive branch to make these kinds of decisions. Now, I want you to contrast that to what we did in another bipartisan bill, the TARP bill, which fortunately I voted against that one too. But in the TARP bill, the language was that Congress would authorize the use of TARP funds by the Treasury Secretary to purchase troubled assets on such terms and conditions are determined by the Secretary. And with any private institution in any location. We also authorized any purchase of which the Secretary determines promotes financial market stability. The Secretary is authorized to take such action as the Secretary deems necessary to carry out the authorities of this Act. What I'm saying is Congress bears some responsibility of writing legislation so large that we give carte blanche authority to the executive branch to do whatever they want to. That's something we've been doing for the last 8 decades, and it does need to stop. The REINS Act is the first step in the idea of turning that back around so Congress does what it was supposed to do. I'm amazed that some people have actually argued that Congress doesn't have time to look at all these rules and regulations. Congress has to make time to look at these rules and regulations because that's our responsibility. Rules and regulations are a legislative function, not an executive function. And we should be responsible for reviewing every single one of them, which is why I think the $100 million is too high of a cap. But it is the proper response, and it is the proper step. If we went back to the beginnings of this country, this type of legislation would not have been necessary because they just assumed that was their responsibility. But we have had, over, as I said, the last 8 decades, the concept and the policy of just giving more and more carte blanche. We think the big ideas and let them fill out the details. And then we have the chance of sitting back, and if somebody objects to the details, we say we object to them too. It is our responsibility, and Congress needs to step up and take that responsibility. So I am proud of this particular act. It doesn't go far enough, but it is the first step in Congress reassuming what Congress should have been doing all along. And I thank you for bringing it up here. I'm venting. I don't have any questions of you, but my rant is finished, so I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Gentleman. Yield back time. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, if we're really concerned about jobs here, if that's what we're all seriously, sincerely concerned about, we should be talking about fixing the sequester. We should be talking about going to a budget conference and coming up with a budget and coming up with more realistic numbers for these appropriations bills so that we don't hurt our communities. And instead, we are dealing with a bill that the White House says it will veto, that the Senate will never take up, and that is not about jobs, it's more about a press release. So I think this is a colossal waste of time, to be quite frank, and I have no questions.
Thank you, gentleman, for his time. He yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not always convinced with the argument because the President says he'll veto something or the Senate won't take it up is a good reason not to move forward. I think that was said about the student loan legislation that was passed here, I think the same argument was made that the President's going to veto it, Senate never bring it up, and guess what? We're going to see it back here because the Senate, even though they failed miserably to try to do their own, wound up adopting what we had with a minor fix, which I think is a good fix. But so for us to always just say, forget about it because the President won't do it and the Senate may not take it up, you just never know. And so I encourage you, I handled this rule last time. I encourage us again to pass this rule. I think the argument about the fact that we don't have time kind of falls on deaf ears. We passed legislation to authorize these organizations of the federal government to promulgate rules to make sure that we're safe, but it doesn't mean that we advocate our responsibility to at least have oversight over those rules and have discussion. Guess what? Just because staff says it's the best thing, maybe elected officials should have a little more say in regards to how it affects people every day, because they're actually the ones who elect us. They don't elect these folks that work in the bureaucracy of Washington, D.C. They elect us to oversee and make sure that we protect them from overzealous folks. So I do appreciate this piece of legislation. I appreciate the Chairman's push to do this. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield to?
I absolutely will.
I just want to make clear to you and the gentleman from Utah and the Chairman that if you want to make and order amendments that lower the threshold, I'll be supporting those amendments. I think this is a good, as the gentleman from Utah said, first step in reasserting congressional authority. If we get to tackle the big amendments and big regulation, believe you me, there are many, many. I don't have a figure here in front of me, but they're a very large number, and we'll obviously have the lion's share of the impact. This would be a great first step in tackling the issue of whether the bureaucracy is out of control. So this is the legislation that was introduced in the committee, and the committee held hearings on it and agreed that it was indeed a good first step. But we strongly support as much congressional reclaiming of power in the balance of power in our government as possible.
And I think that you bring up a good point. Just to add is that I would think that if we have this ability, if by law, the REINS Act were to pass, it would also send a message to those regulators that say, hey, listen, maybe we need to rethink our strategy and how we're going to do something and temper it somewhat, because they're going to have to stand here and hear the debate on the floor, which I think would be a positive in regards to the fact that, we have, that people have the opportunity to comment on a rule before it goes out, but at the end of the day, the rule, it's just more of a formality than it is the actual change of rule. So I think this would maybe cause those regulators to at least think in a very positive way about what they're bringing forward, because it's going to be heard here on the floor. So once again, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlewoman, the ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak, but let me go last because I listen when everybody else is finished.
Great. Judge Hastings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I thank Mr. Goodlatte for being here. I'm sure in light of the fact that it's been brought up, it wouldn't be unexpected that we would be offering by unanimous consent the statement of administration policy.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I don't think I need to tell anybody what it says. You already know that. Mr. Goodlatte, when I did a cursory review of the measure, the first thing that jumped out at me was that major rule. I immediately thought to myself, well, how is it defined? And then it's defined in quite a whole lot of language that conflicts with itself. And I thought if I was a bureaucrat with the 100 million dollar threshold, that then I would just write regulations with a $99 million threshold. But then apparently you covered that with the next part of the definitions, minor rule. And then you even define a rule. But the thing that is troubling to me, aside from that gap that exists, is something that I know yours and my experience is in the field of law would allow that immediately some of us would be troubled. And that is no determination. Here's what is said under Section 805 Judicial Review. No determination, finding, action, or omission under this chapter shall be subject to judicial review. Do you really believe that that's a healthy way to go about legislating?
Absolutely do.
And very quickly, you do try to cover it by immediately in the next section saying, notwithstanding, a court may determine whether a federal agency has completed the necessary requirements under this chapter. Now, at one time, you can't have the intervention for review, and then at the next time, you make this exception. Now, you say you absolutely feel this is a...
Oh, you bet. Absolutely.
To tell courts or tell litigants that they don't have a right
You bet.
to go to court.
You bet. When this committee passes a rule that goes to the floor of the House for consideration of legislation, no one would ever dream that someone could take that to court and have litigation over whether that rule is appropriate or not. When the Congress, a sovereign body, passes legislation and reserves to itself the right when a regulatory agency writes regulation to say that's what we intended or that's not what we intended, that's the exclusive and sole right of the United States Congress and shouldn't be subject to review by courts.
Well, why? Yeah, I was just about to say, why is the health care provision then looped in the way that you all are coming at it? Well, anyway, I firmly disagree, and I might add that that will be, if this were to become law, and I don't believe it will, but if it were to become law, that would be the very first thing that would jump out of the box is a plethora of lawsuits. I'll just stop there. There's so much about it, and I indicated a cursory review, but if the first 2 or 3 pages cause that much concern for me, then I would think there are other matters that, others will raise. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman, and yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. I appreciate the comments. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized. Gentleman has no question. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you've been before our committee here several times the last few months and appreciate the prolific work of your committee. One of the areas under the jurisdiction of your committee that is of greatest import to my constituents is fixing our broken immigration system, both for our many residents who work hard every day and who lack paperwork, for our businesses who want to attract a high-skills workforce, for our resort communities and hospitality industry. I just want to ask the time frame for when your committee plans to take on comprehensive immigration reform and can come before this committee and get it ready for the floor.
Well, the time frame began on January 3rd when we began holding a long series of hearings, first on the subject matter and then on specific bills. The committee has now passed through the committee 4 bills dealing with 4 major areas of immigration reform, 2 dealing with legal reforms, 1 for high-skilled workers and 1 for agricultural workers, 2 related to enforcement, 1 including legislation related to interior enforcement of our laws. The Homeland Security Committee has produced a separate bill dealing with border enforcement, but as you may know, 35–40% of the people who are here unlawfully entered lawfully and overstayed various types of visas. So simply security at the border does not work there. And finally, we produced a bill related to employment verification. Our work does not stop there. You may have read that the committee is at work with other members of Congress right now on legislation related to children brought here illegally by their parents who have grown up here, been educated here, are now ready to face the world and have no documentation. So tying that to the enforcement provisions, we think that may be the next step, but of course the committee has to work its will, and we will continue that work after the August recess. We are committed to solving all three major areas of immigration reform: legal immigration reform, enforcement, and the appropriate legal status of people who are not here lawfully.
And some of them, just to work with our economy, have to happen at the same time. I appreciate your details on that. For instance, when you look at mandatory employment verification and interior enforcement, we need to make sure that at that time there's some kind of provisional work permit that the people that we need can then go to work the next day. That we're not suddenly missing millions of productive members of our workforce. So are you looking at these in a way where whether they're passed separately or not, some of the ones that need to go together are able to happen simultaneously, so you don't have a situation where you have some kind of burdensome obligation that employers have without the ability to make sure that their people coming to work the next day have their paperwork?
Well, that's a very legitimate question, and the committee is hard at work on trying to address, as I say, all three major areas of immigration reform. There will be those in the committee and outside the committee, and I strongly suspect that will include the Rules Committee that will determine the appropriate way to address those measures as they move to the floor.
Well, we will look forward to welcoming you before this committee on that topic upon our return, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Chairman of the Judiciary Committee for bringing this bill before this Congress. This is one of the most important bills that we voted on last Congress that the Senate never took up, so I appreciate the opportunity to have it on the floor again and urge the Senate to consider this. As we all know, there is no more stifling effect on the economy than the obligatory snafu of rules that come out of the federal agencies. We see it front and center in the health care law, but it's in every other federal agency as well. I did not realize the scope of the problem until you described the number, and I promise you that is something I'm going to use during the next few weeks a lot back home in my district, because I think that's an important message to carry forward, and it shows that we're willing to work on this problem and solve this problem. And Mr. Chairman, I don't see Mr. Wolf in the audience. I would just make a recommendation that amendment number 23 offered by Mr. Wolf be one that the committee strongly consider making in order. I think it's an important one, and I know my constituents would like to see that happen as well. But thank you, and I'll yield back. I thank the chairman for bringing us this.
Gentleman would like to be recognized.
I would,
now.
yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you meant now or at the end of
Oh,
the-
no, as when other
this
people
witness.
finished. I didn't want to interrupt them because I was late. So.
Yes, ma'am.
But as I understand it, the purpose of this legislation is to create jobs. And I made these same statements last time we had this bill, but I do want to put these things on the record, if I may. These are not my opinions, by the way. These are experts. H.R. 367 does nothing to create jobs or improve the economy. Quite the opposite. The loss of economic benefits that would result from the REINS Act is demonstrated by the extremely favorable cost-benefit analysis that we see for most regulations would stifle economic growth and stifle the creation of new jobs. When Speaker Boehner tried to make the same connection between regulation and unemployment the last time we had REINS before us, the Washington Post fact checker looked into the truthfulness of his claim and said, quote, overall, his statement contained significant factual errors, end quote, giving him, quote, 3 Pinocchios, end quote. Bruce Bartlett, somebody we all admire, Bruce Bartlett, an economist who worked in the Reagan and George H.W. Bush administrations, acknowledged the idea that cutting regulations will lead to significant job growth is just nonsense. It's just made up. Bartlett also said that regulatory uncertainty is a canard invented by Republicans that allows them to use current economic problems to pursue an agenda supported by the business community year in and year out. In other words, it is a simple case of political opportunism, not a serious effort to deal with high employment. Business owners and executives themselves acknowledge that overregulation is not responsible for unemployment crisis in this country. As the Washington Post reported just before we voted on REINS last time, Quote, data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics show that very few layoffs are caused principally by tougher rules. Whenever a firm lays off workers, the Bureau asks executives the biggest reasons for the job cut. In 2010, 0.3% lost their jobs because of government regulations or intervention, 0.3%. By comparison, 25% were laid off because of a sharp drop in business demand. The NFIB conducted a survey of its members and confirmed the BLS findings. Small business owners said that poor sales, not regulations, are the biggest deterrent to hiring. And no less than the Wall Street Journal of July 2011 survey of business economists agreed as well, finding that, quote, the main reason U.S. companies are reluctant to step up hiring is scant demand, rather than uncertainty over government policies, according to a majority of economists. In a Judiciary Committee hearing, one of the majority's own witnesses acknowledged that when it comes to linking jobs and regulations, the, quote, focus on jobs can lead to confusion in regulatory debates, end quote. That was Christopher DeMuth from the Libertarian American Enterprise Institute. I want to put these on the record. I said them all, I'm sure, last time we had this bill, and I continue to believe that we simply are spinning our wheels or going around in circles here to try to keep from passing a bill. I think even the transportation bill, as I understand it, will not be voted on. That's gotten to be almost a regular thing here, and we've had 15 bills in this whole term that have been signed to the president. I don't know if you saw Stephen Colbert last night, but I just got to quote something he said. He said, if you guys really want to pass a bill to repeal health care, what you're going to have to call it, the title of the bill will have to be, this does not repeal health care. Please don't look inside. Just sign it. I don't know if you're going to put that bill up here tomorrow for the 40th time, but that's the way it looks to the public as well. And again, you know, $24 million a week to run the House of Representatives, and what the heck do we have to show for it? So thank you very much. I yield back.
Appreciate the gentlewoman's comments. As the young chairman sees, we are very active and have opinions here, and I want to thank you very much, Chairman Goodlatte, for taking your time to be here today and to not only stand up as a strong supporter of the free enterprise system, but for the men and women who are trying to make their communities have a chance to grow jobs and to understand that things that come out of Washington is from a nameless, faceless bureaucrat that really does not understand what the business is or what they're going through. And I think you gave us a strong chance to exert our positions as we should because we pass the laws. I want to thank the gentleman very much for being here today. The gentleman's excused at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Call.
Chairman, may I ask unanimous consent to put the statement by Representative Conyers in the record?
Without objection. And thank you very much. I'd now like to call up the next panel that would include the gentleman, Mr. Scalise, the gentleman, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
Could I ask, I was interested in the gentlelady from New York's comments.
Gentleman's recognized.
That someone was saying that the REINS Act was going to actually hurt jobs and restrict economic. Was that something that you had submitted into the record, or could I just ask for that?
That the same debate we had rules last time we had, so it's in the record now.
I thank the gentlelady.
But we had that full debate that actually, as I pointed out, the survey of the small businesses said 0.3%
Right.
left because of regulations.
The folks back home wouldn't believe it if I couldn't show it to them, and so I wanted to make sure I had a copy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Gentleman yields back his time. Welcome to both of you. Mr. Smith, I believe it's your first time for the Rules Committee.
It is, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome. We're delighted that you're here. You took the place of a gentlewoman who came in with me, 1996, the election, and we missed Joanne very much, but are delighted that you are here. You're going to get a chance to see a whiz-bang guy from Louisiana who's up here often. I encourage you to, watch the pros, learn how to do this stuff, but you've got a good guy that's here before you today. And without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered into the record. We're delighted that you're and gentleman from Louisiana. The expert witness is now recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that gracious introduction. I appreciate the committee's allowing me to bring this amendment forward on the RAINS Act, which is a bill that I strongly support. And just talking to businesses every day when I go home to New Orleans, they talk about the regulations and the cost that it has on jobs. And the costs are real, and they're devastating in many cases, and I think the RAINS Act is an important bill to address that. This amendment specifically deals with a carbon tax. I've got a resolution that I'd filed that would make it very clear that the House would be on record in opposition to a carbon tax. We have 149 co-sponsors to that bill. This amendment would make it clear that any attempt to impose a carbon tax through regulation would be prohibited. And if you look at the studies that have been done on the carbon tax proposal, and again, President Obama continues to talk about this in his speeches. Many of his cabinet secretaries, including the new EPA administrator, continue to flirt with this idea of imposing a carbon tax through the regulatory process. And again, if they wanted to bring this through Congress, they, I think, tried with the cap and trade bill, and it didn't pass when there were supermajorities in the Democrat Party. So I think if you look at the threat to our economy, the National Association of Manufacturers did, I think, a real important study talking about the economic outcomes of a U.S. carbon tax. And it's got some really riveting data, including some of the things I'll point out that they talk about. Imposing a carbon tax would lead to income decline by as much as 8.5%. They lay out a number of specific statistics by state, talking about the devastating impacts, not only in increased energy costs, but also in loss of jobs by state. Mr. Chairman, you will not be happy to hear that in Texas alone, over 100,000 jobs would be at risk in the first year alone of a carbon tax. And again, this is the National Association of Manufacturers. These people understand the impact on manufacturing that a carbon tax would have. Two final data points that I would leave with you. Manufacturing output in energy-intensive sectors could drop by as much as 15%, according to this study. And in the first year of a carbon tax, you would see an increase in the cost of natural gas by more than 40%, and the price of gasoline would increase by more than 20 cents a gallon. So again, this independent study by the National Association of Manufacturers lays out the devastating impacts that a carbon tax would have, and this is not some idle threat. The President continues to talk about this publicly, as do some of his leading appointees, including the new EPA administrator. So I think it would be very important for Congress to make it very clear in the RAINS Act that a carbon tax would not be a regulation that could be imposed on this country. And I would be happy to take any questions and would urge the inclusion of this in the rule.
Thank the gentleman for his statement today. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Slaughter, it's truly a pleasure to be before the Rules Committee today. Being that I've been serving in this House for 56 days, it's a great honor. I'm pleased to present an amendment to the RAINS Act of 2013. I strongly support the RAINS Act. I'm pleased to see a good reform bill that is reforming regulations. And at the state level, in Missouri, I reformed all of the state rules and regulations. And at that time, it was a bipartisan approach with the Democrat governor, and we put a systematic review process of every agency rule. And I was upset that there were over 6,281 different rules on the books there. When you look at the federal government and you see over 170,000 pages, I find that to be very alarming. And when I travel all over the 30 counties that I represent, the one thing I hear more and more each day is that the thing that's facing and affecting our small businesses and our family farmers and individuals is government regulation, more than any other obstacle that they have. And one in itself that constantly keeps coming up is the new regulations in regards to the Affordable Care Act. And that's what my amendment does. It would place the regulations promulgated under the Affordable Care Act to be included as major regulations under the RAINS Act and would fall underneath the same process as rules that are over $100 million. I would be happy for the committee to support the amendment and be happy to take any questions.
Thank the gentleman for his statement. I'd like to ask the gentleman from Louisiana, beginning now time with our witnesses. You had talked about a carbon tax. In my travels in Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, hear about the war on coal by the Democratic Party on these states. The war on coal is essentially a multifaceted war. It's shut some 120 plants down across the country. It is changing the life of living in the country to one of employment and healthy relationships that these communities have had to one of despair and unemployment. Is that part of what the gentleman is talking about, the war on coal in this carbon tax?
It would absolutely apply, and there is a real war on coal, and it's devastating. I've been to some of those states as well as you have, Mr. Chairman, and when you talk to the people that are impacted by these rules and regulations, they devastate communities. They literally shut down plants, as you talk about. In part of my district, at the mouth of the Mississippi River in Plaquemines Parish, you literally can drive by mountains of coal that are being exported to foreign countries because the rules and regulations make it very difficult for that very inexpensive source and highly effective source of energy to be used in this country. And for people that are concerned about carbon emissions, this coal is being exported to countries that don't have anywhere near the high environmental standards we have today. So you will see a dramatic increase in carbon emissions by having that coal run out of this country, those jobs run out of this country and sent over to foreign countries. That will then get a competitive advantage against America. So very devastating impacts, as you talked about, and again, a lot of that is detailed in this study by the National Association of Manufacturers.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Scalise, is that report part of your written statement?
I'd be happy to include it if you would like.
Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to have it included in the record. I thank you for that, Mr. Smith. Welcome here. This really makes resources look like an enjoyable committee, doesn't it?
It does.
I appreciate your good votes in there today. Can I just ask you, the amendment notwithstanding, when you were in Missouri and you came up with a process to review this, could you just, in 25 words or less, tell us how you organize the process to review the rules?
What the process is any new promulgated rule in the state of Missouri, the agency has to file before the Joint Committee on Administrative Rule for a comment period. And the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules is made up of 5 representatives and 5 senators. And we look to make sure, does this rule, is it beyond statutory authority first? We got to make sure that the agency has the authority to promulgate the rule. Second, can the rule be more narrowly tailored to actually carry out the purpose? Does the rule cause an undue burden on businesses? Is the rule arbitrary? Those are different guidelines that we look at, and if they don't fall within them, then the committee would suspend the rule and they'd have to repromulgate.
So this is a specific committee appointed. Is this in addition to other committee assignments? Or is this in addition to other committees that function within the standard standing committees of the legislature?
It's a joint committee, so it's in addition to other standing committees.
Okay. I appreciate that. And how many rules do you say you actually dealt with per year, roughly?
We had 6,281 rules on the books, period.
And you're able to perform that work?
Yes.
Maybe something that we need to look at some point as to how this process can go forward, because obviously a review of the rules is essential. And many states do something very similar to that. So I thank you. I appreciate that.
I truly think that the people shouldn't be working for the government should be working for the people. And if government employees, bureaucrats are reviewing the process to make sure the rules aren't causing an undue burden on the citizens, that makes government more efficient.
It's a great attitude. I hope you have that on day 156 as well. I yield back.
Gentleman yields time. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized. Gentlewoman yields back her time. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm strongly supportive of both of the amendments that you all have offered. Candidly, it shames me a little bit, Mr. Smith. I'm thinking about the criteria that you all are using in Missouri, and I'm thinking, golly, could it have been more narrowly tailored? Right? Do we ever? We absolutely never ask that question. We sometimes ask the question, does it exceed the statutory authority altogether? We sometimes ask the question, does it target a completely different goal than the one that we were intending? But I can't remember the last time someone asked the question, could we have done it more narrowly. And what a wonderful sense of responsibility to bring when Mr. Bishop introduces the bill here in the Rules Committee to create this new standing joint select committee. I'll be enthusiastic about supporting that. I want you to put me on that list. And as always, I thank the chairman of RSC for being here. Coming from the largest coal-burning state in the nation, we also have some of the lowest electricity prices in the nation, which means we are also expanding our manufacturing base like no other state but Texas in the nation is doing. It means jobs to our folks. These are not academic rules and regulations that the gentleman from Louisiana is talking about. You talk about taking food out of the mouths of children. A carbon tax would turn our economy upside down, unlike anything else that I can imagine. And taking our eye off that ball is literally at our individual family level peril.
And if I could add, according to the National Association of Manufacturers study, in the first year of a carbon tax in the state of Georgia alone, electricity rates would increase by 9.4%, and decline in worker income would be equivalent to 39,000 to 48,000 jobs, just in the state of Georgia.
And you may have seen it, Mr. Scalise, because you follow this even more closely than I do, but I can't help but believe that because we are so good at what we do here, not all of our rules and regulations have run amok. Some of them do a great job at protecting worker safety, at protecting our environment, at making sure our resources are renewable. And I think these jobs are going to happen. Someone's going to produce these goods. Someone is going to be involved in this manufacturing process. And if it's not us, it's going to be Brazil, it's going to be China, it's going to be India, it's going to be somebody else. And for folks who are worried about the global impact of carbon, I've got to believe if we keep those jobs here, at a global level, we do a better job at keeping the environment safe and secure than if we let those jobs go overseas. And I can't think of a faster way to run those jobs overseas than with a carbon tax. Again, a tax that folks intend to have a positive environmental impact, negative economic impact, positive environmental impact. But have you ever seen a study that tried to measure globally what it would do to run safe, environmentally sensitive jobs out of America?
Absolutely.
And send them to dangerous, more polluting countries?
Within the Energy and Commerce Committee, we've had hearings on this, and I'll just give you one startling example that goes right down the line you're asking. Just in steel jobs, if you produce steel in the nation of Brazil, that same steel, if it were made in the United States, if you produce it in Brazil, they'll emit 5 times the amount of carbon, to produce it in Brazil, and then we lose the jobs. Wow. So again, these regulations have a dramatic impact. That, as you said, that steel is going to be produced somewhere. Why wouldn't you want to produce it here in America where our environmental standards are already so much higher than most of the countries that we would compete with, in those countries where that steel would then be made at a much higher risk. So it's devastating economically, but if you want to save the planet from carbon, make that steel here. Manufacture those products here in America.
That is incredibly persuasive. I'm going to have to get that original data from you and look at those hearings, because that's, again, I tell folks I'm not embarrassed about being a Republican on environmental issues, because there's nobody who plays outside in the great state of Georgia more than we do. Nobody wants to keep the rivers cleaner than we do. Nobody wants to preserve the landscape more than we do. Nobody plays in the green space more than we do. And those kinds of common sense answers is exactly why I believe our policy backs up our environmental stewardship. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. If I could ask the gentleman from Louisiana if he could pull up a chair for our next special guest, the gentlewoman from Houston, Texas, who will be joining this panel. I had originally thought that perhaps she would be there. Gentlewoman is welcomed to the panel. As always, we want to let you know that anything you have in writing will be entered into the record. And in fairness to all of us, as we're trying to get our work done today, we wanted to recognize the gentlewoman at this time for her testimony.
Thank you. I have 3 amendments. I thank the Rules Committee for its courtesy, recognizing the time that is spent here as members. I think we've seen this bill before, and its goal is to be expeditious in the regulatory structure and My amendments speak to, I think, the needs of certain populations of individuals, and quickly I will say that, as I have them, Amendment Number 1 speaks specifically that accepted from the bill's congressional approval requirement for regulation, ensuring that the safety of products used or consumed by children under the age of 2. And a particular example that I had was the impact of formula, particularly that we've seen, and I've submitted an article into the record, particularly formula that has come from China. In particular, it speaks to, I think it's kind of colorful, so I won't read it, but I will tell you that it speaks to the importance of making sure that those kinds of products are accepted from this legislation. I ask that my entire statement be put into the record. I'll just simply say this as a fact of life, that babies and children are our most vulnerable consumers, even in a country like ours, which is the envy of many when it comes to the notion of safe consumer products. Many products on the market have been improved over the years because of complaints from consumers, and many of the complaints were due to injuries that were incurred by babies or small children, which happened or were foreseen. One of the reasons that we put our regulatory structure in place is to protect consumers and also to protect children. Let me quote the following CPSC statistics. Emergency room treated injuries. In 2010, there were an estimated 81,700 emergency department treated injuries associated with, but not necessarily caused, by nursery products among children under the age of 5. So I'd ask my colleagues to consider that exception. My second amendment exempts from the bill's congressional approval requirement any rule promulgated by the Department of Homeland Security. In the course of the 11 years that I've served on the Homeland Security Committee, I know that our challenge is that we are to secure the homeland and be prepared for any emergency. I would ask that the bill would add new requirements to an already long and complicated process, allowing special interest persons to second-guess the work of respected scientists and staff through legal challenges, sparking a wave of litigation that would add more costs and delays to the rulemaking process, potentially putting the lives, health, and safety of millions at risk. In particular, the Department of Homeland Security does not have the time to be hindered sometimes by the unnecessary litigation, especially when it comes to safety and security of the American people. This obviously does not indicate a relaxation of due process rights or civil liberties rights, and I'd ask my colleagues to support that amendment. I think, Mr. Chairperson, at this time I'm going to yield.
Gentlewoman gives her testimony. I thank you very much. Without objection, as stated earlier, anything that you would choose to have in writing to enter it into the record, we appreciate that. That will be included.
I have my statements, and I'll be happy to sit, including I'd like unanimous consent to enclose a article from the New York Times dated the Baby Formula Barometer.
Without objection, that would be included, and we appreciate the gentleman not only bringing this to our attention, but the accompanying details that would be followed therein. Let me first, I believe we're next going to the gentleman from Florida. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo as it relates to Mr. Scalise's amendment as it relates to carbon tax. You know, we talked up here not too long ago about a cement kiln that we have in our county that employs 200 people directly and hundreds more indirectly. One of the issues that they were talking about is every time they permit a new kiln, it meets all the environmental protection requirements the EPA puts out, plus the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. I will argue with my good friend from Georgia that Florida has some of the staunchest environmental protection because we care about our water and air as much as Georgia does. But as you move along, every time they meet the regulations that are promulgated by the EPA, guess what? It changes. And they said, you know, at a certain point in time, it'll be easier for them to produce the cement right across the border in Mexico that has very little, if any, environmental protection. So we're going to lose what you just talked about, what we do today in this country in regards to protecting the environment. We're going to lose that ability because they're going to go right across the border. We're going to breathe that air. It's going to add to the carbon impact because they don't have the same restrictions and requirements of scrubbing and all the things that we have to do. And we're going to lose jobs here in America again. So there are huge implications whenever the executive branch just decides to implement a new rule. And it's, like I said, 200 jobs may not sound like a lot, but when you have a county that's 8.9% unemployment today, that's huge. And so I applaud where you're going with this amendment and just really echo the statement of my good friend from Georgia, other than the fact that Florida does a better job on the environment. If you have anything to add, but it was really more of a statement.
Thank you. And in Florida, according to this NAM study, first year of a carbon tax, electricity rates would increase in Florida by 10%, jobs at risk 14,000 to 51,000 jobs in the state of Florida.
Thank you so very much.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida. Gentleman, Mr. Webster, recognized. Gentleman does not seek time. Gentleman, Dr. Burgess. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I hope we will make Mr. Smith's amendment in order. As I referenced earlier, this is just a conundrum of regulations coming out of the Affordable Care Act. I was in a meeting just before coming here with a couple of people in the home health industry talking about how their business, they came in and said this is the 911 call because of new regulations that are coming out of CMS as a result of the Affordable Care Act, some of which go back and change billing practices from 2 years ago, and they have to retroactively go back and adjust their billing. It's nuts. That's an ex post facto law, probably not even constitutional, but they don't have the financial wherewithal to fight that. We ought to take on that fight for them and prevent this sort of stuff from happening in the first place. And yeah, I'm happy to sign letters to Marilyn Tanover, and I'm happy to do all that stuff, but the reality is we should be doing that task here on the floor of the House and protecting our constituents from the overreach of federal agencies. Mr. Scalise, when you were talking, I was thinking of an article I read in the Fort Worth Business Press home last Friday talking about the corridor around Alliance Airport, which is in the very western part of Denton and Tarrant County. There's a company there called OHL, which I guess is a logistics company. They have a job fair. They had 150 job openings, but they've got more empty slots than they have people to fill them. And that's the story over and over again around Alliance Airport. They've created 4,000 jobs in the last year's time just in this narrow few square miles around an industrial airport in western Denton County. I dare say if there was a carbon tax, the logistics business and all of those businesses that depend on that multimodal transportation hub that has been built around the airport would likely be at risk and unable to continue that happy economic story that's going on right now in western Denton County at Alliance Airport. So I hope your amendment is made in order. I think it's important for us to follow up on that as well. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Jim yields back his time. Is there anyone that seeks time to further speak with any member of this
Mr. Chairman,
body? Gentleman's recognized from Utah.
I just have a quick question. Mr. Jackson Lee, the first amendment that you presented, was that presented in the committee as well? All right. So it was presented during the committee and was not passed as part of the bill? Okay. All right, thank you. I yield back.
Anyone else that speaks? Gentlewoman is recognized.
Let me express my appreciation to even have this process and for the patience. I want both the members to know that this bill has come back over and over again. And I would just say as a lawyer, and I understand the frustration of members and communities, but if I might, this is enormously wrong-headed. We have an administrative appeal process. I don't know how Congress believes that they can, with a 70-day window, look at every single regulatory structure that goes from baby formula to Homeland Security to Food and Drug Administration to the Justice Department. I appreciate the frustration, as I indicated, that constituents have, but the government is here for a reason to protect our citizens. The regulatory scheme is to do that, and it impacts many different aspects of our life. And I frankly believe the REINS Act has been here before. I think it was wrong then. I think it's wrong now. We can have a whole litany of exceptions. Obviously, my amendments probably are now in deep jeopardy of even being put in, but the point is I raise them in specifically because I think children are very vulnerable. I think national security is vulnerable, Mr. Chairman. So I would hope that we find some other alternative to the REINS Act and some other alternative to maybe frustration with the regulatory scheme. I'd be interested in improving any process under the Administrative Procedure Act, and that's how you appeal. You go to the court and you find relief that way, and I think it's an appropriate method of an appeal. So I ask my colleagues to consider my amendments, but I'm frustrated by the direction of this legislation, and I don't think that it's very helpful. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'll correct the gentlewoman. It would not be a correct characterization of this REINS Act to say every single rule and regulation. It would be true and correct to say $100 million or more. And I did have testimony that's on the record that you should feel free to look at, where I spoke with, as well as the gentleman, Mr. Bishop, spoke with the young chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Goodlatte, about that, what is the appropriate level, whether it be 50 or 100, and he felt like that it would be consistent with other not only legislation but regulatory schemes that would place an appropriate opportunity for a balance between the people who wrote the laws, people who need to promulgate the rules, and the people who would eventually say, did the rules fit what we originally had in some context? The gentleman, Mr. Smith, had an opportunity to give testimony before this committee this afternoon that he, in the state of Missouri, as a sitting state senator, as a representative, had an opportunity to work with the governor, who is a Democrat, on a bipartisan basis, the legislature, to look at rules, and they handled some 6,000 rules that helped them make sure that the constituents that they represented would have some review by elected officials with those professionals in the regulatory bodies, and they feel like they got a better product that came therein. So that would be my assessment of what I think I've heard today, and I appreciate it. Evidently, the gentleman from Massachusetts seeking recognition. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to comment on what the gentlelady from Texas said. She's being logical. And this is not about logic or about what's rational, about what's real. This is a press release that we're doing. We do it as you know, it's been up many, many times. Congress can already rewrite laws. We have reauthorizations, appropriations, and spending limitations. We have oversight hearings. We have investigations. We have GAO audits and studies and Congressional Review Act, and there's 1,000 other tools that are at our disposal. This is filler, or a press release, and being used as an excuse so we don't deal with the budget conference, so we don't deal with sequestration, so we go home and have people look over here and not pay any attention to what the real problems are here in Washington, which is sequestration is costing people their jobs, National Guardsmen and women being furloughed, and we're not doing anything about that. We have a Senate House-passed budget, a Senate-passed budget, and allocations in our appropriations process that are unacceptable. I mean, that's the transportation bill numbers are so unbelievably low. It's embarrassing. Everyone's telling me, wink, nod, they'll get better. But we ought to come together and figure out what those real numbers are so people can plan. So rather than doing that stuff, we're doing this, which is going nowhere in the Senate, which is President not going to sign it, even if it does. So you're being logical, and you can't be logical anymore. This is all about show business, and I regret that very, very much, because there's no urgency here to address the real challenges we're faced right now, and that's what's frustrating to many of us who want to work in a bipartisan way, who want to find ways out of this, but we're not doing that. The gentleman from Colorado mentioned immigration reform. That's a huge issue. We're going to deal with it after the August recess. That could be next August, or it could be the August after that. But there are real things that we need to deal with that will help our economy that we're not doing. This is not real. So I thank the gentlelady. I hope her amendments are made in order. I hope all your amendments are made in order. Give us something to talk about at least, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Appreciate the
gentleman from Mass.
Gentleman, Georgia, seeking recognition. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have one question for the gentlelady from Texas, perhaps the one issue that my friend from Massachusetts didn't mention, and that's her amendments here today. I think you speak for a large number of folks here. I don't think it's a majority, but I think it's a large number of folks. And I want to make sure I understand what the concern is, because my folks back home would say, Rob, if the Congress has passed the law to protect children, to protect families, to protect Homeland Security, and the administration has tried to implement congressional wishes there, and these are the most important issues, the most vulnerable populations, these would be precisely the most important rules and regulations to bring back before the Congress to make sure that they accurately reflected our priorities for the American people, for the nation. Can you tell me what that disconnect is, where my folks would say the most important amendments to bring back for review to make sure we got it right would be those affecting the most vulnerable, but your amendments say the regulations we should never bring back to Congress for review to see if we got it right would be those rules that affect the most vulnerable?
And I thank the gentleman from Georgia. I thank the gentleman from Texas. I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for their valuable points. And I do know, as the gentleman from Texas mentioned, that it is a certain amount of economic, I'd call it economic grandeur, 100 million and above. But it is a regulatory scheme in the bill that I frankly believe is unworkable. It's a 70-day window. We know that we have moments in our congressional year, or 8 months, or 12 months, or however the time frame is, that we are bogged down by appropriations process. When we do it right, we have 12 bills to do. We have legislation that goes through the regular order, which requires going into committee, subcommittee, full committee. And so the question is, if there was a surge of very important regulations that had been maybe misinterpreted by the administration, and we'd have a surge, then I don't believe we'd be able to fit in the schedule important items dealing with children or Homeland Security. And I agree with the gentleman from Massachusetts. I frankly believe there are limitations. We just had a big debate on defunding the NSA. We had a very close vote. It did come to the floor. The Rules Committee has a way of participating in it. There's oversight. There is the IG, the Inspector General. There's the GAO. I think those move a little bit faster. Now, you would say those are in the executive, but Congress has oversight on them. And then finally, we have our Government and Oversight Committee. I just believe that there may be a moment of the 70-day window that we are so overloaded that we have a surge of these amendments. Some of them may be very well, but they may have gotten on the wrong side of a community or an industry, and to the dismay, something that is good will be undermined by this process, and that's the challenge that I think we're facing.
I very much appreciate that clarification, and candidly, and I'd ask you, Mr. Smith, that makes a lot of sense to me. I thought those amendments were coming at it from a different angle. I think the gentlelady makes a persuasive case. How was Missouri able to sort out those issues of great urgency and importance?
From my understanding, the REINS Act allows 70 days for Congress to review it. In the Missouri House, we allow 30 days. And we had no problems doing it in 30 days. And I've heard a lot of discussion about this isn't a jobs bill. I can give you the personal experience in the 8th Congressional District, where we lost 475 jobs at the end of this year because they're moving to Mexico, and they cited federal regulation. We also have 300 jobs that are closing because the last lead smelter in the United States is closing because of new EPA regulations. Those are real jobs, 775 jobs in the 8th Congressional District. So if we can have some true regulation reform, that will at least help jobs in the 8th District.
Yeah. Again, I thank the panel. I thank the gentleman.
May I just thank the gentleman for his very fine example and only make the argument that we are 50 states along with territories, and I think 30 days should be multiplied maybe even by 50 states. I just think that we have a much larger burden and a much more larger agenda, legislative agenda, or intervening crisis. And to the gentleman's job creation issue, that is something we all should work on and have now put forward a number of legislative initiatives, the President's Jobs Bill and others. And I know it's in a particular industry, but I believe that's something we could work on together. But I thank the gentleman for yielding to me, and I thank the gentleman for his explanation.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your commitment to Homeland Security and again, to the most vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, appreciate your being here. That closes this portion of the testimony. Thank you for coming up and showing that Missouri or actually does their work. We're now going to, thank you. We're now going to open the consideration of H.R. 2009, Keep the IRS Off Your Health Care Act of 2013. Mr. Price, Mr. McDermott, if we can invite you both up to the table. Rather going through an opening statement of this, do you have anything you really want to say at the very beginning of this? Let me turn to the two members to introduce the piece of legislation to us. Mr. Price, if we can have you go first, then we'll ask Mr. McDermott if you'd respond. And as usual, anything you have written or prepared is part of the record as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Rules Committee for allowing me to bring forward to you today H.R. 2009. This bill, the genesis for this bill came as I was sitting in Ways and Means Committee and listening to testimony from the acting director of the Internal Revenue Service, and we saw play out this spring this remarkable expose of the Internal Revenue Service targeting groups of individuals based upon their political ideology, and then leaking the donor lists of those individuals to those groups to other political adversaries, and then targeting some of the donors of those organizations for audits. And I thought, along with many of my colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee, this is chilling stuff, and what it demonstrates is an absolute lack of trust now, the reason for an absolute lack of trust now from the American people in the Internal Revenue Service. As a physician, I can tell you that when I would see patients, the time when they would get the most irate was when they knew somebody else was dictating what I was able to do for them or recommend for them for their health care, other than themselves and their family and the medical personnel. And the IRS, the last place the American people want the IRS is involved in health care. And everyone recalls, I know, that the Internal Revenue Service is the enforcement arm for the Affordable Care Act. So 2009 is very simple. It's a two-page piece of legislation. It says that the Internal Revenue Service may not participate in the enforcement or the implementation of the ACA. I want to thank over 140 colleagues in the House of Representatives who have co-sponsored this piece of legislation, and the hundreds of Americans across this land who have become citizen co-sponsors. The Internal Revenue Service touches 40 different places. The Affordable Care Act, the Internal Revenue Service touches. Now, some say that this isn't a real concern. This is a made-up problem. This is not an issue that we ought to be dealing with here. In that hearing, Mr. Chairman, in the Ways and Means Committee, when we had the acting director of the acting commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, when he was asked about the activities of the Internal Revenue Service as it related to targeting groups that were coming to the Internal Revenue Service for a tax-exempt status, and he was asked whether it was illegal to do that, whether he thought it was illegal to do that, he said he didn't think it was. Thought it was unnecessary, but not illegal. If that's the level of standard that the Internal Revenue Service has, and if that's the level of lack of trust that the American people have in the Internal Revenue Service, then goodness knows that although something might not be possible or advisable, it may be unnecessary for the Internal Revenue Service to do related to your health care and the health care of every single American. The last place we need the Internal Revenue Service is involved in our health care. H.R. 2009 would end that. I ask for it to come to the floor, and I ask for the support of all of my colleagues, as the overwhelming percentage of the American people do not believe that the Internal Revenue Service ought to be involved in our health care, and I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott, do you have any comments?
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us an opportunity to at least comment on what's about to happen. This is a new production of the theater, The Absurd. And we've been here so many times on this issue that I really don't know what new I have to say about it. I've been here 40 times. We've done this sideshow in the House so many times. Texas,
Mr. McDermott, I do this at my own peril. Is your mic on? I don't think your mic is on.
Oh,
Thank you.
there we go. Sorry for the. You could do without it. The great senator from Texas has called these empty, symbolic fig leaf votes, and they're foolish. Now, we haven't even got this thing out on the floor, and the speaker's already announced that number 41 and number 42 are coming. It's clear that the leadership knows that it isn't doing anything, so it's just going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. Now, I've heard that the Republican leadership has dubbed this week Stop Government Abuse Week. That's kind of the press release mantra for the going home for the August recess. And of course, they would celebrate it by one more useless attempt to repeal the Affordable Care Act. But let's talk about government abuse for a second. For the last 2 months, the majority in the Ways and Means Committee and the Government Oversight Committee and a number of committees has conducted a smear campaign against the IRS over an entirely manufactured scandal. We were deliberately misled by incomplete reports and wasted hearing after hearing, competing to see who could be the most disillusioned by the agency's poor office management. And finally, we made it to the finish line. What we've been building up since May, we can now tie it to Obamacare. That's what the whole point was. I mean, you had these Tea Party folks out there jumping up and down, and people were asking them questions, and suddenly it becomes a scandal, and now the scandal's attached to Obamacare. Another reason for the people to be afraid of Obamacare. Now, it doesn't matter that we've learned repeatedly that there were no political motivations behind the IRS groupings. It doesn't matter that the IRS will not be collecting any data related to health care whatsoever. They have no other data than what they've already collected about every single one of us, your income. They collect that now, they're going to collect that then. It doesn't matter that CMS is ready for the exchanges or even that the law is already saving Americans money. We're going to attempt to take this law down from every possible angle. One meaningless vote at a time. Then we're on number 40. God knows how many we'll be on by the time we get to October 1. You fought to cut the budgets of the IRS and CMS, and then everybody complains that they are less efficient without adequate funding. Now, the real members telling their own constituents, this is what it boggles my mind. I cannot understand how you could tell your own constituents who need this bill for access to health care, don't sign up. Don't sign up, folks. Don't sign up to this thing. Members of Congress asking the people they represent to go without insurance, all to spite a law, and maybe more importantly, a president they don't like. It would be shocking if it weren't so transparent. I mean, you don't have to be, you don't have to have been to high school to be able to see through this. Once this goes through, it will, and once all the provisions are in place, Americans will start to see savings in their pockets, more services at their doctor's office, and transparency about insurers. In my state, we've gotten $500 million back from insurance companies who weren't spending 80% of every dollar on health care. They were spending it on whatever. And you're looking at falling premiums, and I will tell the Republicans you're going to see falling polls in your regard. You're not trying to stop government abuse. You're trying to stop government efficiency. If the government works how it's supposed to, regulating out-of-control businesses, protecting consumers, ensuring that for-profit healthcare market has room for the sick, the poor, and the aged, if government does its job, you lose. A no-tax agenda doesn't sell when people see their tax dollars at work for them. If you want government efficiency, you wouldn't waste your time with pointless votes and sideshow hearings. If you wanted accountability, you would work with us to get this implementation right. I listened to the last bill, and they're talking about they're closing a smelter because of regulations. I guess they don't understand that lead poisoning is bad for people, that lead poisoning for kids destroys their brain cells. They don't understand that kind of stuff, and that's why you have regulators. And my view is that I talked to Bill Frist some months ago. Bill said, Jim, I don't know why I don't know why my party won't get it straight. Don't repeal it, fix it. But all we get are these meaningless votes to repeal. Now, I'm happy to speak to you again, though there's not much left to say. But I'll be back when we have 41 and 42. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I look forward to joining you on those votes as well. And from somebody who comes from a state where 70% of my land is owned by the federal government, I understand what abuse of citizens means, especially as a school teacher, where my state's education budget has gone by 35%, whereas the eastern part of the nation, where my friends are over here, has grown by 68% over the past 20 years, and it's all related to the wonderful heavy hand of the government. I wish you had the same joy and benefit I had with the 70% rate. So I appreciate that comment that was there. Let me ask the committee if they have any questions. Ms. Slaughter, do you have any questions about empty fig leaves?
Well, no, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put the administration's statement into the record.
Are they?
He said he would veto
He
it.
said he would veto it.
And
without objection, we'll put another statement of veto in the record.
This is my part of the game here all the time. The president will veto. Let me ask the doctor something here. We know you're a psychiatrist. Yeah, right. You're the psychiatrist, though, right? You're not. Psychiatry is not your specialty.
Orthopedic surgery is my specialty.
Okay.
Fix your knee, I'll fix your head.
All right. Yeah. Well, give me the classic definition of insanity. Am I correct that it's doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result? Is it something like that?
There is a joke that one definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result.
Different result.
And you would, in this instance, when you've done it 40 times and you know this is dead, it's dead before it leaves this room. And I don't understand what they're doing.
And let's say, just as a business person, understanding it takes $24 million a week to run the House of Representatives, what would you think of the capacity of a group of people who don't pass any legislation and do the same bill over and over again? Both of these bills have been around.
Well, I tell you, today's a very interesting day because while we're sitting up here, they've just pulled the transportation bill off the floor because they can't get the votes to pass the bill to put roads in every one of our 435 districts. Now, somewhere the priorities are wrong. Mm-hmm. And I simply think most of this has been wasted.
Let me just say something about regulation. I've been trying for 8 years here to pass a piece of legislation to preserve antibiotics for human beings because you know how Staphylococcus aureus has evolved into MRSA, can kill you in 24 hours, 48 hours. And we're losing a lot of antibiotics they will take care of. So the regulation pertains, and you probably all saw this article, I read it in the Washington Post front page, but chicken inspection. They inspect chickens 100 at a time going through the conveyor belt. And they're going to raise it now to 140. The chickens are pretty filthy and got feces and other junk on them. But the interesting, awful, disaster thing that I can't get out of my mind is a young man, an inspector, 39 years old, just from inhaling all the chemicals and everything else that those chickens had been pickled in over and again, his lungs bled out, and he died. Now, they were going to up the regulation now so they can inspect 140 chickens a minute. And the last part of the inspection, and I want all of you to listen to this now, the last part of the inspection for the chickens is they are cooled in cool water and Clorox. And then they're ready for the supermarket, and you can all have that for dinner. Now, that kind of regulation, if you want to talk about doing something about that, I'm your woman. I would tell you that is so awful, and what the kind of food we're eating and what's in there, the recall of all of that is really dreadful, but regulation as far as I'm concerned. And now I've been told that when you eat shrimp and you're told that the shrimp came from the Delta, it's the Mekong Delta they're talking about. I'm a little nervous about that. We know that numbers of people in China, baby food, as Sheila Jackson Lee alluded to, and other things, people who are dying over there because of the lack of food. So we bring it all in. We went through a Lipitor issue, if you remember. About 4 years back, all Lipitor came from China, and they showed the factory that it was produced in, and people were sick as a dog. without any inspections at those borders to see what we're eating, I think we're all in trouble. And for the life of me, I don't understand why an enlightened nation would want to go back to Upton Sinclair and just let anything go. But that's about where we're headed. So I won't be supporting this one tomorrow or the other one either. Thank you very much. I'm ready.
And when?
Well,
All right, the gentlelady yields back, and when we have a chicken and Clorox bill, I know you're going to be ready for it.
That of all the food examined by the Pew Trust, where they do it every once a month, the worst thing to eat, containing about up to 7 resistant bacteria, is turkey. So watch it, and don't ever buy ground turkey. Everybody okay? All right.
I
They'll kill you.
appreciate Ms. Slaughter, and when you bring me the pie, we'll talk more about it here. Mr. Woodall, do you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My neighbor from Georgia was sitting through the Ways and Means set of hearings. I was sitting through the Oversight Committee set of hearings, and I not only did I walk away with the same impression that you did, that the IRS might not be ready to implement this, I certainly walked away with the impression that the American people don't trust them to do this. And worst of all, I walked away with the impression that there are a lot of really hardworking men and women over there. There are a lot of folks trying to do the best they can. And you know who tasks them with all of the ridiculous responsibilities that they have that they were never equipped to do and never designed to do? The good people here at the United States Capitol. And I hate to hear this as an indictment of the men and women there, as I sometimes hear my colleagues characterize it. It's an indictment of the mission that we have given them. I think about the Earned Income Tax Credit, where for the best year on record, there's only a 21% fraud rate, according to the Inspector General. That's about $12 billion to you and me. That's a small sum compared to the kinds of dollars that are going to be handed out by the IRS through this new health care responsibility. I want to make sure I understand what this legislation says. Is there any prohibition here on Health and Human Services taking responsibility for this health care role?
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Woodall. Absolutely not. In fact, when I introduced this originally, I got a couple questions from folks. Well, if the IRS isn't going to do it, who would do it? Who should do it? Who will do it? I said, well, how about starting with somebody that knows something about health care? When Ms. Slaughter was talking, all those regulations and all the enforcement that she was referring to, the people that, whether you agree with them or not, the people that were inspecting those had a knowledge about what they were doing, about agriculture and about appropriate preservation of food. The IRS doesn't know a thing about your health care. You know that. I know that. The American people know that. That's why they support this overwhelmingly. And what galls some other folks is that they understand and appreciate that the individuals, Ms. Sarah Hall Ingram, who is the person over the tax-exempt division at the time when there was significant questions about what the IRS was doing, is the one that is now in charge of the division to enforce the Affordable Care Act. Well, how about that for irony? I mean, this is the last place, again, the IRS is the last place that we need the federal government involved in our health care.
Let me ask you, Dr. McGregor.
The IRS is going to do two things.
I get so frustrated by the doublespeak here because I'm surrounded by serious people who want to do serious things. I think about your opening statement where you compared this to some of the many repeal efforts that we've had here. It maybe he's my neighbor, and that's why I've got a soft spot for him. But time after time, folks say Republicans just want to repeal it. They don't have any ideas about how to replace it. The gentleman who's the sponsor of this legislation is also the sponsor for the most comprehensive replacement package that exists in the U.S. House of Representatives, and it's one he's worked diligently on, not just in this session, certainly not for political reasons, but because he's a doc as you are, and he cares about health care, he cares about people, he cares about solving problems. Why can't we agree that the IRS isn't in trouble just because of this scandal? The IRS was in trouble anyway because we've given them a horrible job that they have to execute each and every year. But that level of mistrust has only increased during these scandals, and not wrongfully, right? Even the press secretary at the White House said, we've got 2 rogue employees here. They have access to all your information there in the 501c4, and they're up to no good. Now, that turned out not to be remotely true, but even the White House believed there were rogue employees at the IRS that would have access to our information. Why can't we agree in this very small way? We're not trying to derail the program. If anything, moving these responsibilities to an agency that has more trust and credibility with the American people would enhance the implementation of the president's health care agenda. Can we not agree on even that?
Well, the question you have is, what is the function that's being done by the IRS? One is that they are certifying that you are employed and that you have a certain amount of income. From that, determination will be made as to whether you're eligible for a subsidy or not. Now, if you would like to give that to the alcohol and firearms part of the government, they could decide your income. We could set up another bureaucracy by which they would collect all the income data, or you could give it to maybe the mining inspector.
Did I mention how frustrating the silliness around here was? I mentioned Health and Human Services, for example. They do a little health care from time to time. No. There's that Center for Medicare Services.
It's income data. It's income data. Are you employed, and how much do you make? That's the only part they play in all this.
Well, you may be able to educate me, because you sit on the Ways and Means Committee. I don't. I think about my Medicare. Is it the IRS then that for Medicare Part B folks who are paying a higher amount, it's the IRS that has certified their income, and it's the IRS then that implements the collection of a higher Part B premium? Or is it the Center for Medicare Services that does that recognition and then collects that fee?
Those are black and white determinations. You are either making this amount of money and therefore you pay this premium, or you're this amount of money and you pay that premium.
Those are done
That's all they do.
But does the IRS do those today, or is that CMS today?
Well, that's, you put it in and you say how much you're making, and they, unless somebody audits it, maybe we should audit everybody.
Because that's not on the tax
form. People are cheating, because maybe citizens are cheating. Is that what you're suggesting? The system that we have today is self-reported. And unless there's some reason to go after somebody, you don't go after them. You accept that that's what they make, and they say they're working there.
You know, I'm cognizant that Congress has an 8% approval rating. I think this would be a lousy time for Congress to take on a bunch of new responsibilities that it hadn't taken on in the past. I recognize that the IRS approval rating is even lower than that. It just seems like we could agree this is a lousy time to ask the American people to take this leap of faith. Dr. Price, again, so much misinformation out there. If anyone has the credibility to carry this issue, it's you. I thank you for all of your replacement work that you've done. I cite your legislation frequently because the misinformation has gotten out there. Oh, you Republicans, you just want to take my health care away. And I say, actually, we've got an even better idea. Why don't you take a look at it? And it's important to get that information out there. I am glad to be headed back home to town hall meetings where I will be able to talk about these are solutions to the problems that plague you, because the IRS is first and foremost on everybody's mind back home.
I thank you, gentlemen. Yield back, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, what's lousy is the fact that we're here talking about this bill, which, with all due respect, is going nowhere, and we're not dealing with sequestration. And we're not dealing with a budget conference. And with all due respect to the acting chairman, I want to thank you for joining me and a few others in voting against sequestration. But the majority of your party voted for it, and you're in control. You are in control. And so you can decide what gets scheduled and what doesn't get scheduled. You decide whether or not we're going to spend a day to try to fix sequestration, or whether we're going to appoint budget conferees or not. And it just seems to me, given the fact that at a time when people are losing their jobs because of the cutbacks, at a time when people are being furloughed, when National Guards men and women are coming to office hours and telling me that they're being furloughed, when I have NIH, people who receive NIH grants telling me that they're cutting back on programs, 800 NIH projects and programs and initiatives to try to find cures from everything from Alzheimer's to Parkinson's disease have been ended because of the sequestration. So, I mean, if that doesn't create a sense of urgency to do something, then I don't know what will. And so, yeah, I get this, do this, go home and beat up on the IRS because no one likes to pay taxes, no one likes the IRS, beat up on all regulations and, pick a regulation you don't like and go home and you do the press releases and that's your August recess. But the reason why we have an 8% approval rating here is because we're not doing anything that's helping anybody. And I would just, say to my colleagues on this committee, on the Republican side, please urge your leadership to help bring things to the floor that will fix the real problems that people are facing and help create jobs. And, I respect the gentleman, Mr. Price, and Mr. Rivers, my friend, and I'm glad to see you here, but quite frankly, I'd rather be talking to you about something else than this. And so with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Nugent. Mr. Hastings.
Mr. Chairman, since this is directed at the IRS, and in addition, much of the run-up to the discussion with reference to the IRS has been about a period that evidently our folk felt that the IRS targeted them and did not approve their request for tax-exempt status in nonprofit organizations. I'd be terribly remiss if I did not bring to the attention of my colleagues here that all of the flap about this ignored a period in the time when John Kerry was running for president, where a significant number of people who were not Tea Party people sought different status or had status and had it attacked. I bring to your attention no less an example than the church that I've been a member of for 50 years, Mount Hermon AME Church in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I took John Kerry to church on a Sunday morning. The pastor identified John Kerry and had him to stand. The pastor did not endorse, nor did I. John Kerry did not speak, nor did I. And my church, for 2.5 years, John White was the minister. He is now a bishop in my church internationally. And for 2.5 years, we had to agonize with what we thought was a wrong methodology employed by the IRS. Interestingly, in that year, other white churches and black churches somehow or another were under attack. So I don't want you all to think that, you're on to something that has not happened to other people and that it has happened just exclusively under this particular aegis. But I think Dr. McDermott had it right. It seems that the objective of my friends on the other side is to try to tie all of this to Obamacare. And I just, last week I dubbed my Republican colleagues Repealicans. Since you are so good at coming forward, and this is the 40th time now for just the repeal alone of Obamacare, I thought an appropriate term was Repealicans. But the real truth of the matter is, listening to Speaker Boehner a couple of Sundays ago saying, don't judge us by laws we pass, which you have not passed very many laws at all. Judge us by the laws that we repeal. But doggone, if you haven't done a good job of repealing anything either. And so I guess if the matrix is repeal, then you failed at passing laws and you failed at repeal. Now, I'm going to ask my good friend from Georgia who says that the objective is not to derail Obamacare, and if it is specifically as pertains to this particular matter, I would ask him to enlarge it and tell me then those 39 other measures that we have voted on that were useless, or in my opinion, just what were you trying to do if you were not trying to derail Obamacare? And I would yield to my colleague.
I thank my friend. I would say to my friend, I was absolutely trying to derail Obamacare and will continue to do that in derailment bills. This doesn't happen to be one of those.
All right, so you were then being specific as it pertains to this one.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure, because I thought you were a derailee or derailer. Yeah, I'm going to keep naming y'all till something catches on. But let me ask you, Dr. Price, then to highlight for me, since I have not the clear understanding that my friend from Georgia does of your measure, give me 5 distinct things that are different in your measure that would get us past the status quo. And in addition thereto, how many people under your measure, if it were to be the law as Obamacare is at this time, how many people would be covered and how many people would be left uncovered?
Gentleman, just yield for a question.
Sure, of course, Mr. Chairman.
Are you talking about his bill that's replacement, not the bill before us?
No, not the repeal or kill the IRS's opportunities to participate in affordable health care. I'm talking about, Mr. Woodall mentioned that Dr. Price has a measure that he offered that would be an alternative to so-called Obamacare. And I can't tell y'all enough how that just grates on me. Louis Slaughter and Jim McGovern and I have been here at least 20 years, and Louis before that. And all of us, Republicans and Democrats, have been about the business of trying to do something to help people get affordable care. Dr. McDermott has spent a career dealing with this, and I don't doubt that you have as well, Dr. Price, but somewhere along the line, the rubber has to hit the road. And people either have to have health care or keep showing up in emergency rooms, and taxpayers in respective jurisdictions wind up paying for it. I just don't understand why we don't understand that as great a nation as we are behind other nations in a variety of fields as it pertains to taking care of the health of our citizens. I asked you for 5. How many will be covered and how many uncovered in a measure that you would have be the law?
I appreciate the inquiry, because H.R. 2300, which is this bill, it's called Empowering Patients First Act, we believe that patients, families, and physicians ought to be making medical decisions, not Washington, D.C. Specific answer to your question, every single American would have the financial feasibility to be able to purchase coverage that they want for themselves, not that the government forces them to buy. Every single American. Second, you got to solve the insurance challenges. Portability and pre-existing are the 2 big ones. You ought not lose your insurance if you change your job or you lose your job. That's a holdover from a bygone era. The way that we solve that is to allow every single American to own their health coverage regardless of who's paying for it. So if they change their job or they lose their job, they just take it with them. It's like a 401k plan. They plug it in wherever they end up. And then the whole problem of portability goes away. Pre-existing illnesses, you can solve that in a couple ways. The way that we solve it is to make it so that insurance works the way it's supposed to work, which is to spread the risk. Nobody ought to be priced out of the market of the purchase of insurance because of a bad diagnosis. That's an awful system, and that's what we have right now. There are about 18 million people in this country who receive their health coverage through the individual or the small group market. Those are the folks that are at risk if they have an illness, for a pre-existing illness, and then be priced out of the market. The way you solve that with making it so that individuals get the health coverage that they want, not that the government forces them to have, is to allow those individuals themselves to pool together, get the purchasing power of millions, so that any one individual's adverse health status doesn't significantly drive up the cost for anybody. Fourth, we could save hundreds of billions of dollars in this country if we appropriately addressed lawsuit abuse. And I'm not talking about a cap on non-economic damages, which holds down malpractice rates, but it doesn't do a thing.
You were doing good until you came in my lane. Go ahead.
The practice of defensive medicine in this country wastes hundreds of billions of dollars. Gallup estimates it's about 1 out of every 4 healthcare dollars. That's $600 billion. Jackson Healthcare has done a very scientific study that estimates it's 1 out of every 3. That's $800 billion. It's a huge waste. It's what I did, it's what Jim did, it's what every single physician in this country does, so that if they're ever called into a court of law, they can look the judge and the jury in the eye honestly and say, I don't know what you wanted me to do because I did everything, when in fact everything wasn't necessary to either diagnose or to treat the patient. The president himself has said that we need to provide physicians a safe harbor. If physicians do the right thing based upon a given diagnosis or a set of symptoms, then they ought to have a safe harbor in a court of law, or at least an affirmative defense, be able to utilize that as an affirmative defense in a court of law. That's the kind of thing that will change the culture of the practice of medicine and save hundreds of billions of dollars. There are all sorts of other things, and I'll mention one more because we're losing. I don't know if you saw the article in the Wall Street Journal yesterday on the front page, physicians going away from the Medicare system, and they'll go away from the exchanges and Medicaid as well because of the onerous regulations and because of the lack of ability to care for their patients and have their costs covered. We need to make it so that physicians are able to continue to practice medicine. The guys and the gals my age, 58, 59, 60, they're looking for the exit door. They're trying to figure out how to get out. My grandfather practiced medicine until he was 94 years old. We'd like to have a system that had those folks who have that intellectual capability and desire to continue to practice. And right now we don't. We've got it so that we're forcing physicians out of the practice of medicine. We ought to make it so that they can continue to practice.
And your estimate as to how many people will be covered?
I beg your pardon?
And your estimate as to how many people will be covered?
Every single American.
That's a good thing. Reclaiming my time, I appreciate very much and agree with Mr. Woodall that information needs to be out there, and so you've had an opportunity here to explain it, and I think you do an excellent job in doing that. At the very same time, I've lived that same period as have you, and I've not seen, one, insurance rates go down a single time in my lifetime, and this is before Obama was born. And I've not seen people have the kind of coverage under the status quo. I do agree with you that we had at least a period where physicians and their patients and communities seemingly had a greater understanding. I won't get into the argument with you about so-called tort reform and as it pertains to malpractice, and I won't begin to tell you the number of wrong leg, wrong lung. I could go on and on and on about cases that I participated in and tried to assist in mediating, I might add, and setting up something where doctors and lawyers could find a better way of going about achieving what happens when a patient is harmed. I guess where we are is the die is cast, and we're going to spend the rest of this particular portion of the session, and obviously all of our next portion of the session headed into the 2014 election. And I predict for you that none of this will be cleared up until the 2016 election. And then hopefully by that time we will still keep the ship of state sailing correctly. But right now, I believe that your party, Dr. Price, and my colleagues that are here at the Rules Committee, as well as the Republicans in Congress, are spending their time being repealicans, and I don't see it as being useful in trying to do the things that are vital on behalf of this nation. And I could go on and on and on. Mr. McGovern has said things that I echo strongly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. Mr. Webster, do you have questions? Daniel. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since it was brought up about the number of repeal votes that have been taken, let's look at the repeal votes that actually got signed into law. H.R. 4, the 1099 paperwork law, signed by the President. H.R. 1473 cut $2.2 billion from the co-op programs. 674 saved taxpayers $13 billion, adjusting Medicaid eligibility. 2055 cuts to IPAB and the IRS. H.R. 3630, $5 billion from the Prevention and Public Health Slush Fund. H.R. 4348, saved $670 million from Louisiana Purchase. H.R. 8, repealed the Class Act. So, yeah, you can say there have been a lot of votes that have been taken, but there's also been a lot of votes that have been successful, and I would argue that those were good successes. Now, Dr. McDermott, let me just ask you a question, because you said there were only 2 instances where the IRS would actually be involved in the health care of patients. And let me just ask you this. On January 1st of 2014, if someone is self-employed and ordinarily would buy insurance in the individual market, but they want to access the exchange, and they feel they would be eligible for a subsidy, they will be asked how much money they are going to earn in calendar year 2014. Is that correct?
Will they be asked?
No,
They'll be asked
They will be asked
how much they're going to make in the next year?
Right, because that's on which the subsidy will be based.
No, it's on your income from the last year.
So that money is paid to,
Yeah, you've paid your income tax. The way they're going to do it, I mean, I understand it, is you're going to file your income tax, and you'll have either a certificate from an insurance company saying you have insurance, or you will file that you're going to pay a fine. If you want to have a subsidy, they will look at your income and say you're eligible for X number of dollars to help pay your premium for the next year because of the fact that you're making $44,000 for a family of 4 or $29,000 for a family of 4.
The point is,
you and I won't get any subsidy.
The money that is paid goes to the insurance company, correct? It doesn't go to the individual.
The what?
The subsidy that is paid, the check will be written to the insurance company for the purchase of insurance, not to the individual.
That's correct.
Now, at the end of the year, the IRS is going to check that, correct? I mean, on this year on your W-2 form, you saw a line that was written in, which was the amount of money that your employer had paid on your behalf for health insurance, correct?
That's correct.
So who pays the money back? You know, we're on this system now of self-attestation that because the employer mandate was rescinded by an executive order. So what if the two numbers don't mesh at the end of the calendar year? The money's been paid to the insurance company, but isn't the IRS going to look to the individual for the recapture of the subsidy if it was overpaid?
If the individual, I don't know the actual mechanism because the rules and regulations aren't written on that particular issue, but there would clearly be responsibility of somebody who thought they were going to make or who reported that they made it last year $14,000 or $25,000 and this year they made only $18,000. They would be eligible for more subsidy. If they made $50,000, they'd be eligible for less subsidy. So they would have to pay back some of the subsidy that they got.
That's correct. And who would they pay it back to?
I'm sorry?
Who would they pay it to? The IRS?
To pay it back to federal, well, it's the Treasury. I mean, the IRS is an arm of the Treasury. They are the enforcement arm of the Treasury.
Do you think this information is generally understood by people who will be signing up in the open enrollment period in October and will be presenting for subsidies on January 1st?
Well, for practical purposes, while they're enrolling in their health plan, in their exchange, that's one of the questions that should be asked. I hope that it's something that they're told, but certainly it's up to them. I mean, we have the buyer beware, caveat emptor. If you take something, if you take a subsidy, you ought to know, do I ever have to pay any of these back? I mean, I
resubmit the question. Do you think there is general knowledge amongst people who will be?
Knowledge? No, because nobody's been to an exchange. See, that's what you guys have been doing. You guys have been confusing people before they ever
Wait,
get to the exchange.
reclaiming my time. I mean, I have tried in hearing after hearing in Energy and Commerce. I don't know what it's like in Ways and Means world, but I do know what it's like in Energy and Commerce land. And you simply cannot get a straight answer from the people from the agencies who come to our committee. Gary Cohen came at the end of April. I asked him because he had said publicly about contingencies. I said, well, share with us. What is your contingency plan if you're not ready on October 1st? Sir, we will be ready. I reminded him that he was under oath. I said, are you talking or planning about anything of delaying or descoping or narrowing the scope of the Affordable Care Act? Absolutely not. We will be ready. So you can imagine my great surprise on January 2nd at 5 o'clock, July 2nd at 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Valerie Jarrett in a blog post says, we're delaying the employer mandate. I mean, that was a bolt out of the blue. You said so yourself on one of those cable news shows that I was watching that night. So, the level of trust with the agencies, sir, just simply does not exist because they won't be honest with us. I brought 18 amendments to this Rules Committee in November of 2009, trying to work with you, trying to improve the Affordable Care Act. Everyone turned down on a 9-4 vote. Imagine that in the Rules Committee. But the fact is, I was here and ready to work and brought my ideas to the committee, and they were all uniformly turned down. Well, the pendulum has swung. Now the Republicans are in the majority. We ask the administration to help us understand what they are doing, and their propensity for prevarication just astounds because they won't level with us. And if they won't level with us, they're not leveling with the American people. And I submit, people do not understand that they're going to have to pay that money back if they inappropriately accept a subsidy for the purchase of their health insurance. Someone ought to be telling them because that's going to be a big deal. The other thing that they ought to know about is how much their insurance premiums are going to cost. September 15th, 20th of this year, the open enrollment period is just a couple of weeks away. Those rates are going to have to be published before the open enrollment period starts. Is that not correct?
No one will read it. You know it. You know no one will read something like that until the day when they can actually sign up. People don't sit out there. If there's a lot of things to read, one of them is not going to be the rules and regulations of the health care plan 50 days in advance. When they go to enroll, they will have somebody who will help them understand it if they can't understand it.
A year from that date, those rates are going to be staggeringly increased because you and I both know the adverse selection of people who don't want to sign up for insurance because they're young and healthy. People your age and my age will sign up, and the cost is going to go up, and that cost is going to be spread amongst the people who are purchasing. That is going to be a startling revelation. I mean, forget the fact that I would like to repeal, that I strongly would like to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. The people are going to demand it in about 13 months' time.
Well,
they're going to demand it.
Hearing what you say, Congressman, it is clear that there has to be an individual mandate. But you guys came out on the floor a week ago to repeal it. You have to have everybody in, or the rates will go up. If only those who are sick come and join, you are going to have a problem. But you have everybody in, you're ultimately going to get a pool large enough to do insurance, and that's basically what's going to happen. There are going to be changes because people, let's say everybody under the age of 18 or under the age of 25 decides not to sign and pays $95.
Mr. Chairman, let me reclaim my time because I know people are anxious to move on to other things. There's probably a raft of amendments that we want to consider to this particular bill. But you, sir, your committee, when you were in the majority, I mean, you were the ones who are responsible for this thing with which we are now dealing. And this bait and switch mentality that's been going on since the get-go in 2009, that we won't really tell people what they're in for on this. So, yeah, there's a fine if you don't buy into the individual mandate, but you know what? It's really not very much that first year, is it? And so there's really no penalty for someone who doesn't sign up.
When my colleague finishes,
the penalty action. But I will yield to you in just a moment. I want to finish making this point because I think it's an important one. So the bait and switch mentality has been full front and center. Why not reveal the essential health benefits rule until after Election Day. I mean, that's just astounding that a piece of information like that would have been kept from the governors who were then supposed to make a decision about whether or not to sign up for the exchanges. It's no wonder that 26 states walked away from the concept of the exchange. This administration has not been truthful with the American people as to the true cost and impact of this law. I thank the gentleman from Georgia for bringing this issue to the committee because I think it is an important one that does deserve a vote on the floor. I'll be happy to yield my remaining 30 seconds to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. I just wanted to ask if you've done in your district office and in your office here in Washington, as I have, and that is that I've called on the different agencies to come and brief my staff so that when people come to us with inquiries, we are able to do, at least to the extent that we understand the law at this point, we are able to provide them information. And I have, in the district office in Fort Lauderdale, repeated inquiries from individuals both coming in personally and on the telephone and on the internet. So have you set up a mechanism to help explain to your constituents what is the law of the land, whether we like it or not? I have, and I just question whether you have.
Well, I will tell you, we have done our outreach to Region 6 HHS in Dallas, Texas, and we are told that that information will be coming later. I don't get many phone calls or letters answered here in Washington from the administration. That's just a fact of life, the way things are. I get it.
Welcome to the club.
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, you at least got a visit this morning. I just had to change my route over. But it's, no, when you think, and I know there was a lot of division in this House over the Part D on Medicare, but when you think of the level of outreach that was done on both sides of the aisle by the Department of Health and Human Services, by Dr. McClellan, by the Secretary Leavitt, I mean, there was a significant amount of outreach that was done. I didn't even have to ask for it. They came to me. We have asked for it. Yeah, we'll get to you. And that's been the response that I have gotten. But to be perfectly honest, in Texas, you can might imagine, we have not had a lot of inquiries. We did have several inquiries right as soon as the law was signed. I want my free coverage, but those telephone calls dropped off rather rapidly, and we just really aren't getting many. They may happen after the open enrollment period starts. I mean, heaven help us if they are not ready. I mean, if all this happy talk coming to the committee, we're going to be ready. We'll have everything up and spit shined and ready to go. But heaven help us if they're not. And I really think the shock is going to come about a year from mid-September to mid-October when that second enrollment wave kicks in and people are just astounded by the increases in their rates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've been very indulgent. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Price, I had just a couple of questions. I hate to talk about the bill. It's actually before us, but if you would, please. The genesis of this bill came before or after the IRS was accused of having politically treated certain documents that came to this?
It was contemporaneous. It was as I was hearing the testimony that we were getting in Ways and Means Committee.
And in the IRS, as I understand it, there are only 2 political appointees within the agency.
That's my understanding.
If some of these documents or some of the cases that were being held up for a review were to eventually be brought to one of those political appointees, would that make your bill any more significant or less significant in moving it forward to you?
I think the overarching sense of the American people is that they have no trust and faith and confidence in the Internal Revenue Service at this point, and it will take time for the IRS to do their job responsibly and appropriately for that trust to build back up. But until that happens, I would suggest that the American people are wise in their lack of trust right now, and the last place they want the Internal Revenue Service to be is involved in their health care.
So, and one of the arguments then that you were making as someone in the medical profession is that you see very little nexus between the IRS as an adequate purveyor of this kind of approach.
Exactly.
I see. I thank you. I thank that. I appreciate, I hope you are considering me, Mr. Hastings, one of the Repealicans for Hastings Care, as I understand we do it. We thank our witnesses right now. With thanks for that, the hearing for H.R. 2009 is now closed. We're going to have a vote series very quickly. It will be announced that we will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair, and members will have the appropriate notice, which means a minimum of 30 minutes before we will meet again. With that, we are in recess.
Committee will be in order, and thank you very much. Good evening. I want to thank everybody for being here this evening. Tonight, the committee will consider H.R. 2879, the Stop Government Abuse Act of 2013. As our federal government continues to grow larger and larger, the opportunity for misconduct, either deliberate or accidental, increases. Recently, Americans have learned of several high-profile cases in which federal workers have acted irresponsibly and in so doing have violated the public's trust. The package before us this evening takes the necessary steps to stop government abuse, reduce government waste, and assure all Americans that their government is working in their best interest. And I want to thank Chairman Darrell Issa, the Chairman of the Government Reform and Oversight Committee, for his work on this legislation and for joining us this evening. And I want to defer to the gentlewoman, the ranking member, for any comments she would choose to make.
Oh, that's right. I'd be happy to hear from Ms. Grimes.
Thank you very much. Chairman Issa, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
I should say while Mr. Cummings isn't here. By the time we got notice for the meeting, he had already gone home. So we didn't call him back from Maryland. So that's why.
You know what? That is one of the difficult parts of living so close to home.
Yeah, I guess.
No, it is. It is. I'm with Chris Van Hollen a good bit. And Chris has to, get a note to do his stuff here because it's a hard thing. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for joining us this evening. Without objection, anything that you have in writing will be entered into the record. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think to a great extent the record is quite complete. These are 3 bills that were marked up in committee. Limited number of amendments offered, particularly these bills were voted on voice. Now, I understand that not everyone that allowed these to be voted on voice in committee intends to vote for them, but these were bills that were part of, if you will, a statement, a valid statement. Over time, we realized that it was really time to take a group, including Democratic votes, which I think those bills went out on voice, and talk about what we could do to make government work better for the people. And that's one of our mandates in the committee. And, for example, the Government Employees Accountability Act, we looked very carefully after the GSA hearings and then the IRS hearings and so on, had a lot of lavish parties and so on, and we said, we want to make sure we're responsible, but we also want to make sure that we learn from specifically what we found out. And one of the challenges, we're dealing with, for example, statements that were made in our committee in which the question of bonuses, and I just want to use that for a moment. We all understand that federal employees do not negotiate, with a very few exceptions. They don't negotiate their pay. They have a fixed schedule. They're a GS something or other. But bonuses are available over and above that, including particularly for the senior executive service. What we heard was these are entitlements, and 80 to 100% of various departments and agencies receive these bonuses. And we looked and said, and in some cases they feel they're even within their own union agreements. And we didn't break any union agreements. We said when they're renegotiated, let's make it clear that bonuses are just that. They're about performance. And you shouldn't have somebody, for example, like the relatively famous man with his 2 mismatched wine glasses in the bathtub, receiving a bonus after the General Services Administration knew that he had done things very wrong, so wrong that in fact the IG did a referral for prosecution. And yet the administrator said, but he was entitled to that bonus. One of the things our committee is dedicated to do is to make sure bonuses are earned, not entitlements, that they're the exception, but not a rare exception. We mark them at 1/3 of a workforce, and even then you can go above that. You simply have to declare you're going above it for reasons of merit. So these are modest changes, but they're important. I certainly think that for all of us who heard the debate today on part of this bill now, on this right to record, this isn't that tough technically. After we finished marking the bill up and changing it and making sure it was narrow but sufficient to give Americans a right they have fully in 38 states, with the state of Montana actually allowing what we're proposing as to law enforcement, we looked and said, if in 38 states, a federal employee, any federal employee, has to know that they can be recorded without their permission because it only takes one person to record a two-person conversation. So in 38 states, for sure you can do it. In 12 states, you either have limitations or can't do it or have to disclose that you're doing it, but you still have a right to do it. And you go, well, wait a second here. We have an obligation to harmonize for the federal workforce. And I'll wrap up here. But we have a reason to harmonize so they know the rules of the road. But we, more importantly, have a reason to look at all of our constituents, including the 2 million men and women that work in the federal workforce, and say, you should have one standard. You shouldn't have to worry about whether that call came out of Maryland or Indiana to figure out whether you can record it. And certainly, if somebody's abusive on the phone to you or threatens you, your ability to record it should be at least predictable. Again, in 38 states you can do it. When this passes out of the House and is signed into law, you'll be able to do it uniformly in 50 states. These are an example of some of what we think is essential, and is the reason that the committee, for the most part, on a voice vote. This was, except for postal reform, which took about half the day, this went through pretty quickly, and I'm a little surprised, quite frankly, that we're here on a bill and that these were not approved on suspension, but I understand that packaging them seemed to make more sense, and I'm here to support any of your questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
An esteemed former member of the committee who is missed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think you've made a great presentation. I have no questions.
Mrs. Slaughter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Issa, I don't think you're up here because the fact was you couldn't pass them on suspension.
Right, I don't know that. We had voice votes in committee, ma'am.
Well, maybe you did that, but they didn't have them on the floor today. So these would not have passed the House today. You couldn't have gotten two-thirds. And the idea that you blame everything in the world on the poor old federal employees who are already sequestered, in many cases with both two members working for the federal government, taking considerable loss. We've hit their pensions. None of them or us that raised.
Ma'am, we're not hitting anyone's pensions here. As a matter of fact,
but that's been done. No, that's been. This
I'll give you an example. The IRS, the new commissioner of the IRS, acting commissioner Danny Werfel, he has decided to forego bonuses in order to forego furloughs. He's making executive decisions he happens to be able to make with his contract. We're really trying to make sure they can do just that. But, we allow under the bill, the portion you're talking about, we allow 1/3 to receive bonuses, and you can go above that. You simply have to make sure that the exception is noted. We're not tying the hands.
I'm not trying to stand here and talk about whether they get a bonus or not. I don't believe in them, to tell you the honest truth. But the idea that you could just tape them without their knowledge or you can just let them go without cause, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and I don't support that.
Ma'am, I think it's important.
And I don't believe it would have passed today on either side.
Well, and I know that you weren't in the committee, so you didn't necessarily hear, but we don't terminate anybody without cause. There's a whole series of thresholds, and they still have the Merit Review Board. They still have the ability to not lose their job. We're simply allowing for an expeditious
I'll say it
process.
Is because what
30 days.
They don't have to be told why. It certainly is expeditious, but it eliminates due process protections.
Well, no, you're reading talking points, ma'am. The bill doesn't say that.
Allowing agency heads, please, to fire SCS employees without giving them advance notice or an opportunity to address allegations against them. That's un-American, Mr.
Ma'am, I appreciate your talking points, but that's not none of that is in the bill.
That's what this says in the description of the bill. The bill would place the burden of proof.
Those are talking points.
If I may finish this,
of course.
The bill would place the burden of proof on SES employees by requiring them to prove their innocence when seeking reinstatement. The committee rejected an amendment to preserve the existing due process protections for those employees. So an amendment to try to not let that happen was voted down. Now, I can see that you would have difficulty trying to pass those, but I need to say something about the rule, too. I think as ranking member, I'm really obliged to.
Is that about a potential that we won't allow?
Well, the fact is that, we're going to do our 40th repeal vote, and we saw the appropriations process fall apart today on the floor with transportation. So here we are at an emergency meeting because you couldn't pass 3 suspensions. And all of it's done under a closed process. And for the first time, I would imagine, in the history of the Rules Committee, all the way back to Jefferson's Manual, it's the first time that we've done one rule that has 5 bills stuffed into it. They just come in from almost anywhere. And the Pledge of America said they weren't going to do that. We're going to do legislation one issue at a time. So we're either breaking that pledge to America or none of this is major legislation. Frankly, I suspect it's both. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent for Chairman Rogers' statement to be in the record and hope that all my colleagues take that to heart. Think about that while you're at home. And what he calls for is to end sequestration, which is causing so much difficulty throughout the country. Indian reservations are not getting the money we promised them under treaty. People, I know Mr. Governor mentioned it today, are not able to get the cancer treatments had, but you've turned off research. You can't turn that off and on like a faucet. We're doing immeasurable harm. I couldn't agree more with my fellow Kentuckian. I think Mr. Rogers is absolutely right about it, and I hope we can come back and in a bipartisan way can get rid of that and start really putting this country back on sure footing, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the time. Gentleman from Utah, Mr. Bishop, is recognized.
Mr. Isa, would you explain if this has due process?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll use the language in the bill itself as delivered to the Congress. And it says, and I'll be as brief as possible, an employee against whom an action covered by this subchapter is proposed to entitle does the following. 1, must receive at least 30 days advance written notice stating specific reasons for proposed action. Okay, now, ma'am, your talking points were fine, but that very clearly says you have to give the individual in writing that. Now, there are some specific items that I think are important, and these are where you have somebody who is potentially very dangerous. It says, there is reasonable cause to believe the employee has committed a crime for which a sentence of imprisonment can be imposed. But the most important protection, we leave to the President, this President of the United States. An agency determines as prescribed in regulation proposed by the Office of Management and Budget that the employee's conduct with respect to this action is covered by proposed flagrant, and as such, the employee intentionally engaged in such conduct. Now, we could go on with a series of these, none of which were proposed for amendment. Our staff, working with the author, went to great lengths, Mr. Bishop, to make sure that we still had all of the notice. And, of course, they get to go to the Management Review Board, Merit Review Board. They still have all that. What we're trying to deal with, and I'll just give you 2 quick examples, Mr. Bishop, if I may.
Well, let me ask a different question.
Of course.
You covered, I think, of the due process provisions there.
It goes on, but quite a bit.
But you also mentioned, and I don't know this, you shouldn't ask questions you don't know the answer, but the cap, the 5%, 105%. Did you say there are provisions in there to be exceeded under certain conditions?
What we allow is we allow the exceeding of the 1/3. And they simply, in other words, if you have 50% of your people that should receive bonuses and you have the budget money, you can do it. You simply have to disclose that they're, in other words, they become exceptions to the rule rather than automatic. But the first 1/3 is automatic. One of the challenges we had when looking at the senior executive service was we as Congress have intended an actual cap on these individuals, and what ends up happening is this all goes to their pay in retirement. So when you looked at people who were under investigation, about to be terminated, getting $30,000 and $40,000 bonuses, it looked to us like there had to be a number. And again, no amendment was offered to change that from 5% to 7 or 8 or 10%.
Let me try this again, though. The number you're talking about of who can receive bonuses, you explained. But when they receive the bonuses,
okay,
just explain what the 5% is. Is that a mandatory, or can that be under certain conditions?
No, we consider it a 5%.
So that is a cap. But the number, there's some flexibility that are in there.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Right. And understand, in committee where we went through this extensively, there were no offers to change it to 6 or 9 or some other percent. And we had a completely open process there with a long day of amendments.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I mean, one of the problems here is that this hearing was noticed after the last votes, and so the talking points that you were referring to were from the ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, who has a very different opinion of what your legislation does than what you're talking here. But unfortunately, he wasn't here because of the way this meeting was noticed.
Well, would the gentleman yield just a
Yeah,
moment?
yield to the gentlelady.
Because I think this is important, and we are having to speak for Mr. Cummings. But the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association opposes this bill. Federal Bureau of Investigation Agencies Association opposes the bill because it risks undermining criminal investigations by reducing the willingness of individuals to cooperate with law enforcement and would result in the creation of recordings of law enforcement conversations that could jeopardize sensitive and important criminal and counterterrorism investigations. And the National Association of Assistant United States Attorneys opposed the bill because the version of the legislation approved by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform on July 24th did not contain any exceptions. Clearly, this measure raises a magnitude of administrative and legal concerns that should be addressed before the House of Representatives is further consideration to approval of this legislation. And I thank you for yielding.
I thank the gentlelady.
And I'd be thrilled to answer
I mean, you know, you can give your point of view. The ranking member is not here to give the alternative
Well,
point of
look,
view. No, excuse me. You clearly your leadership thought these were not controversial, so they were brought up in the suspension. They turned out to be more controversial than your leadership expected. So after all the debate and after a call for votes, we're coming back up here, and we're going to give it a rule, and we'll have this debate all over again tomorrow. And I would just simply ask this one question. Given the fact that there is controversy around these bills, I would hope that the gentleman would agree with us that this should be, the process in which these bills are considered should be an open process. There should be, we ought to have an open rule. Members ought to be noticed that, you know, if they want to offer amendments, that they can, they can submit them. I mean, I don't know, given the short week we have left, but clearly there's concerns about this and lots of opposition. And so, you know, you have your opinion, Mr. Cummings has his opinion. Obviously, there's controversy. The idea that you would take these bills that are controversial, that were brought up under a closed process to begin with, which is suspension, and then bring them up here and bring them back to the floor under a closed process doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I hope the gentleman would agree, you know, so we don't talk past each other, that this should be brought up under an open process.
Well, the ranking member, when she was chair, made those decisions, and now the new chair makes those. Let me just explain, though.
Wait a minute.
Well, and here's what I'd recommend.
I'm not.
Excuse me, Jim, just a minute. She can't record you all talking over each other.
Right. So
ask me a question. I was just trying to
answer. The question was whether or not you would support an open rule.
I supported an open rule in my committee. We had a completely open process, and these passed on voice. So I saw no reason for any further question.
So you're asking for a closed rule after the controversy that was generated over the discussion on the bills today on the floor?
Well, I think it's important that we address that, if I may. These various groups, and that you read a revision, ma'am, that came out after we showed that the language from these associations and unions was, in fact, referring to language as the bill came to us before redrafting with the member. You know, members often put a bill in the hopper, and they don't have the ability to work with the committee. We worked with the gentlelady, Ms. Jenkins, and this bill does not do what they originally said on the floor.
With all due respect, Mr. Iser, I don't know what this bill does or doesn't bill.
Wasn't that the important thing to decide here?
We don't know what the bill does do or doesn't do at this particular. We were just noticed to this meeting, you know, after votes were over. So, given the fact that these were originally brought up under suspension, they were supposed to be non-controversial. That, you know, they were debated. They turned out to be controversial, much more controversial than I think your leadership realized. There's lots of concern. The ranking member of the committee is not here because of the way this thing was noticed. So look, I can't tell you that I've gone through this bill line by line, but there's lots of concerns that have been expressed that, you know, and I'd like to hear the other opinion. So the idea that you would bring this up to the floor tomorrow under a closed process, doesn't, I think, defies fairness. And in the spirit of openness that you all pledged to, to bring to the House of Representatives and bring on the floor of the House of Representatives, I'm just asking you whether or not you are supporting a closed rule, which you're going to get, or whether or not you want an open rule, which we're going to offer.
Mr. Chairman, can I inquire, is there anyone offering an amendment? I'd be happy to look through the amendments that are being offered.
Well, no one, with respect, when we were notified that there was going to be a meeting on your bills was after the last vote. No one in the House knows what the hell's going on right now.
Look, when I was notified that my ranking member somehow had a problem was when he came to the floor with inaccurate statements from outside organizations referring to the bill as it came to our committee rather than as it left our committee.
My question is business as usual. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. I would like to reiterate that the gentleman, on behalf of the Republican leadership, of which I sit in, the Republican leadership saw that the bills that came out of your committee were voice voted out, and there was not any opposition. And so I would have every reason to have assumed, as I believe the chairman did, that they would be ready for a suspension vote on the floor. As it turned out, by the time the bills arrived, that was not so. So I think the gentleman's well within his...
Mr. Chairman?
If gentleman, wait just a second. I think the gentleman's within his right to say that you did believe...
We thought so.
...and had every right to believe that what you were bringing to the floor was well understood. On top of that, they have been debated today on the floor, all three of them, simply not voted on. And I thank you. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Chairman. That assumption proved to be wrong. And so given that fact, and given the controversy, I mean, I think we would hope that there'd be a more open process. I thank the gentleman.
The gentleman yields back his time. I would say that the best vision at the time was, until they came to the floor, that you did not anticipate any division of the House.
We entertained every amendment.
Nor did anyone else in the Republican leadership until that period of time. And I thank the gentleman for being here, and I thank the gentleman for his words of encouragement. The gentleman from Oklahoma is now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here. It's unusual circumstances. I don't have a lot of questions. I share your disappointment, honestly, that what happened in committee wasn't reflected what's happening here. And, with all due respect to my friends on the other side, I don't think we ever brought a $700 billion-plus bill, which they have, with no amendments and no open rules. So to be lectured about being open here, particularly when you and your committee did exactly that, is a little bit beyond the pale. So if we're going to play fun and games, I guess we're going to have fun and games. But let's not be hypocritical about it. We've seen a lot more shutdown rules. May I finish my point on my own time? Thank you. We've had a lot more of that from the other side in terms of ramming significant pieces of legislation through. This should not have been a problem. This should not have been a problem. The fact that it is disappointing, but I appreciate you being here. I'm sorry the ranking member wasn't here. If you have any comments you care to make, that's fine, but I'll be looking forward to supporting the rule and supporting your bill on the floor.
And I'll be brief, and Mr. Woodall could probably mention the same points. We were very surprised when the ranking member came to the floor with these letters from associations and unions because they reflected, at least in the case of the first bill, they reflected the bill as it came before it went through a technical review and was, I don't want to say fixed, because these are normal drafting problems. We went through it to make sure that all law enforcement and non-law enforcement would continue to have all their federal rights, including we would protect classified information and other investigations. We took out, and I think this is important, there is no statement that the police have to make to somebody that they have a right to record. And by the way, in 38 states, they have an absolute right to record, but they don't have to say it. We only noted that it would be put on websites, basically disclosed on paper, but we went out of our way to make sure that what would happen in 12 states and happen in the other 38 states would match. And I think that's one of the things that the ranking member, maybe inadvertently, led people to believe by talking about provisions in the bill as it came to the committee and not as the gentlelady, Ms. Jenkins, had agreed to the changes that were in my manager's amendment. When we got out of the committee, we had something that simply unified what happens most law enforcement treats. And again, this is only for federal employees, and now they know when this becomes law that they have a common set of principles no matter which state they're calling to. And we think that's a win for the federal workforce not to have to second-guess these questions.
Thank the gentleman for his point. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida, Judge Hastings recognized.
You believe in states' rights, Mr. Heisman?
I do, and we respected the 10th Amendment in every way, shape, or form. And we went out of our way to make sure that this bill only applies to federal officers. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Hastings, because you and I do look at these, and we've served on commissions and so on together. If there is a state law enforcement person on the phone in a state like California, my home state, this does not apply. This is between, for example, the IRS calling you unexpectedly at your home and you. It does not include a third party not covered by the Act. It simply says on a predictable basis that a federal worker knows that the federal government has said you may record, no matter which states it's in. And again, 38 states don't change a bit by this law. We simply harmonize what the federal employee's answer would be if asked about may we record. We don't change anything as to state officers in any way, shape, or form.
All right.
And it doesn't go, Elsie, it doesn't go the other way.
Yeah.
The government doesn't suddenly gain a right to not ask the individual in that state. So we're very careful to make sure we respect states' rights. We think that's important.
In the interest of harmonizing, then why didn't you include legislative federal employees and judicial federal employees?
You know,
this speaks specifically to executive.
Mr. Hastings, as you know, this is a committee of all jurisdiction, and I always like to believe I'm all jurisdiction, but I'm not. I'm limited in what I can do. So the bill as it came to me was passed out within the committee's jurisdiction and did not trigger referrals to the other two committees that would have seen those other areas. The fact is that bills could be produced to deal with the federal courts and their actions and with this branch. I simply don't have the authority in my committee.
Well, then you do agree that this particular legislation that's before us here in the Rules Committee specifically deals with the executive branch of government.
This deals with the vast majority. It doesn't speak as to the courts. It speaks as to, and it doesn't speak as to us. Candidly, I would support that if somebody calls from California.
All right, that's somebody now. Record them, if you will.
If somebody calls from California to my office or vice versa, I think it's reasonable. It's simply not within my jurisdiction.
Okay. When the measure was before your committee and you had hearings, is it true that what the ranking member, Ms. Slaughter, pointed out regarding the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association and the FBI and others, that they objected to it as it was being presented to your committee?
Members of the committee brought up in their opening statements repeatedly concerns, and repeatedly I tried to explain to them, we had already dealt with this in the manager's amendment, so they had it in front of them, and although they stayed on their talking points, they had to admit that we took care of every one of these. We felt very strongly that the bill in principle was a good bill, but we went out of our way and worked with Ms. Jenkins to make sure that the bill that was presented to the committee in the manager's amendment, which was they waived anything else, so that was the bill that they were to amend from, took care of each and every one of those concerns. We worked with law enforcement in advance to make sure that they were not injured by this, but rather we preserved the law.
Reclaiming my time, the question that I'm putting to you is, did those particular agencies oppose the measure? Yeah, I hear you say you work with them.
No, the
FBI did not.
No, we did not receive. As a matter of fact, directly from the administration, I don't think we had any communication. But no, these came later, and again, they came referring to the bill as it came to our committee, not as it left.
Mm-hmm. But they came at a certain time, and you learned at some point that
on the 24th we passed it, and on the 30th and 31st they sent letters in talking about the bill as it was on the 23rd. So it's a little hard for us to take seriously something that has a date of the 30th or 31st that refers to a bill before it came to our committee.
Well, it's a little hard for me to take something on July 31st that I'm seeing personally for the first time and have an opportunity to be able to fully understand the various dynamics. And just in looking at it, I came up with, just tonight, sitting here, here's what you do with disciplinary action or under the provision that's before us. An employee who violates this section shall be subject to appropriate disciplinary action in accordance with otherwise applicable provisions of law. How is the federal employee who calls citizen X, even at that point when citizen X is recording her, how does she violate, what would she have to do to violate this law, the federal employee that's calling?
Well, I mean, Title V already has sanctions, for example, for denying somebody their civil liberties and so on. The reason for that provision simply says we're not relying on new law or creating new penalties, but relying on existing law. Again, the misconduct under this statute is not anticipated to occur. It would be very unusual for someone to say, no, you can't record, and if you're trying to record, I'm going to circumvent it. This is something where 38 out of 50 places an IRS agent calls, they already have the right to record. We're simply harmonizing this.
So this is about the IRS?
No, I use the EPA.
It's not about the EA or
it's about the DEA.
The FBI or the Interior or federal employee.
I think it's important to know that it's about every single federal employee when in their official conduct they choose to make a call to a private citizen, which again, 38 out of 50 states is one way, and then it's various degrees another in the others.
Do you, Mr. Isa, recognize just exactly what it is that you are saying and what you are presenting here? You would almost require, if every federal employee tomorrow understood that I may be recorded if I undertake to do my job, and then what would cause them to call? You getting ready to put people in the position of jeopardizing their careers without even knowing that they're jeopardizing their careers. It doesn't make good sense.
Well, Mr. Hastings, I think it's important that on this dais, there are members who every time they receive or send a call may be recorded. Again, 38 out of 50 states, they already have this. So if you're a federal worker, you want to make absolutely sure that you conduct yourself all the time as though you're being recorded, because quite frankly, for almost 4 out of 5 times, you will be if you conduct throughout the country. Yeah. We're harmonizing and we're recognizing, and by the way, I just want to make something clear that I asked my legal counsel for in getting ready for this, because we made the manager's amendment. If a state were to bar recording in all cases, although that might be subject to court review, the fact is we wouldn't gain a right. We're only waiving, we're basically saying the federal government gives permission on our side. If a state said you can't record conversations, we wouldn't be preempting that. But these are states that say both sides must consent. We're saying on behalf of the federal government, to the extent that we're on the line, we consent. We're not saying the state consents. And again, if a state agent is on the phone along with, let's say, Fish and Wildlife and Fish and Game, 2 entities, one federal, one state, this wouldn't apply because you'd have a state entity, let's say in California. We're simply making it consistent across the federal government, something that I know you would believe is appropriate for federal folks to know, no matter where they're called from or where they're called to, the rules are the same.
Yeah, well, did you hold any hearings before you marked this measure up?
As I said on the House floor, there are inalienable rights. There are rights so easy to understand.
Can you give me a yes or no?
We care about liberty. We viewed this bill as non-controversial. Our Democratic friends approached it that way throughout the process. There were no calls for hearings when we noticed the markup.
You make that determination as to whether or not there are going to be hearings. There doesn't have to be.
No, my ranking member is very good at calling for hearings.
I understand that, but you are in charge.
You know, he doesn't.
And you could have had hearings, and the answer to the question is you didn't have any hearing.
I believe that the question of whether the citizens of this United States have the right to protect themselves from abusive government on occasions, an abusive individual, somebody who may threaten them on the phone, that should be harmonized for all our citizens in all our states. All right. I personally believe that, and I don't think that's
reclaiming my time.
And I don't think that's controversial.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Issa, just a moment, to let you know that I do believe that Mr. Cummings, and I'm getting back to the question of the agencies that objected, I do believe that Mr. Cummings presented at the markup those objections that came from those federal agencies. Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
Now, your question was about agencies. Let's remember agencies and unions aren't the same, at least on my committee.
All right. Well, let me go to another section of the bill. You really have made it muddier for me to understand how a federal employee could violate this law. I guess you would have to be saying this.
We don't expect federal employees to have any problem with this law, that it will be a uniform decision in all 50 states. It'll actually make their life easier.
A whole lot of them are going to stop doing their jobs if they think that they're on a telephone call.
You mean they don't do their job in 38 out of 50 states, Mr. Hastings?
No. The point is that in these states where that is required, I assure you that there are going to be some concerns. But let me go to what you are going to do to notify federal employees. You're going to have a posting on agency websites within 180 days after the date of the enactment of this section. And each executive agency shall post prominently on its website information explaining the right of individuals to record interactions with employees. So now, in 180 days after this thing would be law that ain't going to be law, you would believe then that every federal employee in the United States would understand that if he or she are calling any of these 12 states, that they may be recorded.
I would believe that most federal employees have no idea about the 38 states they can be reported in, and so whether they know or don't know, if federal employees call multiple states, in all likelihood, they don't know and shouldn't act differently.
Okay.
I hope we all act the same, whether we're calling a state or dealing with a citizen in a state that has rights or a state that may have a lesser right.
Well, good answer up to a point. And then you come back to my point. And that is, by posting something on a website doesn't mean that individuals are then in a position of saying, I knew that was the law because it was posted. I'm going to try to tell you all a whole lot of times people, even federal employees, don't have computers, and don't use computers. Even Congress people, and you're looking at one. You understand?
I could loan you one of my old ones.
Yeah, no, I don't want it for the reason where you all are going. And you're the ones that are continuously objecting to something called Big Brother. And it's concerning and chilling, and I promise you that if this were to become law, you would be batted down in a court of law as it pertains to the 12 states that you're preempting. I believe in that respect that it's unconstitutional. I yield back my time.
Appreciate the gentleman's question. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, George is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my other chairman for being here.
I thank you for the voice vote.
I'm as surprised as you are hearing this conversation because it was a long day, but a productive day. The conversation was robust, and I think about the questions that Mr. Hastings has, for example. I regret that there's confusion still today. I look forward to the debate tomorrow to clear some of that up. I would have said that those postings on the web page, for example, are not remotely there to inform federal employees of anything whatsoever. That's what the Federal Employees Management is there to inform them of. Those announcements on the web page are there to inform the citizenry of the citizenry's rights. So, this has never been about federal employees' rights. This has always been about the citizens. And was it appropriate that United States citizens in 12 states could call a federal employee who works for them to ask a question that citizen is going to rely on to act, and for that federal employee to be able to say, now, just so we're clear, don't record this. This is off the record. You can't hold me accountable for what it is that I'm saying to you because we're in one of these 12 states. All this legislation says is we're going to stipulate that if you show up to work for the federal government and you're receiving a federal paycheck, that when your boss calls you, you're going to let your boss decide whether or not that conversation gets recorded. It's not going to be your decision as the employee. So all of this outreach effort, not remotely targeted towards federal employees, again, management's going to take care of that. It's targeted towards citizens to say you really are in control. This really is by the people and for the people. And if you need to record that IRS advice or that Department of Interior advice or that Corps of Engineers advice so you can recall it later on, you don't have to worry about breaking the law. We're going to stipulate. I'd be happy to yield, my friend.
Do you believe that some citizen might set an employee of the federal government up with a call?
I'd say to my friend, I think about that so often when my staff picks up the phone, right? We have those folks come through here, the guys with the little cameras and the hidden video. I have no doubt. But as the chairman of the committee said, in 38 states, they can pull those shenanigans anyway. We can't legislate against the shenanigans. What we can do is remind the American public that this is by the people and for the people, and they're still the boss. And I hearken back to that long day of discussion and conversation. And again, the many amendments that were offered. This is a better bill today than the bill that was introduced. It was a thoughtful bill to begin with. It has been made better by the manager's amendment. It's been made better by the debate process in committee. I would just ask the chairman. In those intervening days, since again these were all voted out with a voice vote, has anything changed that you're aware of? I mean, has the state of play in federal law changed? Has the environment in the courts changed? Anything that would have us something new to me today than when we were there voting just a few days ago?
No, nothing at all has changed. The only surprise I've had is that the 12 states that could potentially be affected, I haven't received any communication from anyone in those 12 states, because what we're doing is empowering those states to protect their citizens or allow them to protect themselves. And Mr. Woodall, I think you hit the most important point. That posting requirement, which was one part of the manager's amendment, was specifically a notice to the American people that the rules have changed, that they now have the ability to exercise their right in every state.
Be happy to yield, my friend.
Then you have just made my point, really, about the posting, and you're letting the citizens of the United States know. What about all them people that ain't got no computer? You understand what I'm saying? What about seniors that might have interaction with the federal government? What about poor people that don't have computers? What about people that live in rural communities? What about people where there is no connectivity? And in short, this posting is nothing but that, and it doesn't reach the full public. I tell the kids that work in my office all the time, they're telling me, email this and the people will know. How in the hell is anybody in Pahokee that I represent or in Century Village that doesn't have a computer going to know what I'm doing? But it doesn't matter. Thank the gentleman for that.
Be happy to let the chairman answer that, but I'll tell you from a committee member's perspective, just there at the ground level, voting on this. I knew this wasn't going to give this notice to everybody, though I share the chairman's comment that most folks who live in those 38 states don't have any idea that those are the rights today. Those folks who live in the 12 states don't have any idea. But the folks who care, I think this would be the gentleman's experience with his constituents too. You have those folks who don't care at all about a particular issue, but those folks who do care about it passionately. and get out there. These things have a way of spreading in the communities of folks that care. Candidly, this was a big step for those folks who felt like the government was taking advantage of them. In my mind, was a nothing for everybody else. Again, for three-quarters of the country, it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference at all. So we spent absolutely no time thinking about, are we going to put an insert in every Corps of Engineers mailer? Are we going to pay to have robocalls go out? Thinking that those folks who wanted to avail themselves of this would do it, and the word would begin to spread. I'd be happy to talk to my chairman about making a new seat on that committee for folks who have those kinds of ideas, because we didn't discuss that one. But again, only because this was a very narrowly tailored solution to a very narrow set of circumstances. I'd be happy to yield to the chairman for anything.
I think the gentleman said it very well, although I find it interesting for Mr. Hastings. I'm not sure that failure to give people notice is as severe as failure to give them their rights. We're giving them their rights. They may not all know it, but at least they'll have that right. If this were to be voted down, they wouldn't get that right, and I guess notice wouldn't matter.
Well, and candidly, I always hate to admit what I don't know, but before the committee went down this process, I didn't know. I did not know that my grandmother, before she passed away, had Alzheimer's, and she did. She began recording everything that went on during the day. Now, I know the federal government would never come knocking on her door and prosecute her for her conversation that she recorded with the Social Security office, but it just, who knew? Who knew that when you called the public servant who exists to serve you, that they could say, don't record this lest you violate the law, because I do not give my boss permission to record the advice they give me. Who knew? I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm glad that with the passage of this bill, folks won't have to worry about that any longer. And I value the gentleman's leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. I thank the gentleman. First comments, gentleman, the floor is recognized.
Just two comments. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you coming here to clarify, because when the initial draft came out, we were opposed to it. We had serious questions in regards to well-meaning, but it created some issues that we had some issues with, but those were corrected. But I will just tell you this, that from the aspect of the employee, of someone recording them, that this gives them a right to do, the person, the citizen that you're talking to. I will just tell you from personal experience, 9 times out of 10, when the citizen came in to complain about one of my deputies and there was a recording, when you played the recording back, it wasn't exactly how they said it was. And it more than likely exonerated the employee because citizens make complaints. Some are legitimate and some are just because they're not happy with whoever the agency is. So this can be utilized to exonerate an employee, and that's, so I see the value in that also. So I just want to thank you for this. Thank you.
Gentleman yields time. Gentleman from Florida. Gentleman yields back his time. The chairwoman from Florida.
Thank you. As another alumni of the committee.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman yields back time. Gentleman from Texas, Dr.
And a
Burgess.
little-known fact, I'm also an alumni of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here. I appreciate your time this evening. I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, it looks like everybody had a chance to work with you tonight. Thank you very much for your unexpected appearance this evening at the Rules Committee. I want to thank you very much. The hearing portion is now closed, and the gentleman is excused.
I thank you.
Chairman be in receipt of a motion. I'm sorry. Chairman be in receipt of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 367, the regulations from the Executive in Need of Scrutiny Act of 2013, a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule makes an order as original text for the purpose of amendment, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report, and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against that amendment in the nature of substitute. The rule makes an order only those further amendments printed in Part B of the report. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the report. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Section 2 of the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 2009, the Keep the IRS Off Your Health Care Act of 2013, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides one motion to recommit. Section 3 of the rule provides that H.Res. 292 is laid on the table. Section 4 of the rule provides that on any legislative day during the period from August 3, 2013 through September 6, 2013, the journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved. The chair may at any time declare the House adjourned to meet at a date and time to be announced by the chair in declaring the adjournment, and bills and resolutions introduced shall be numbered, listed in the congressional record, and when printed shall bear the date of introduction but may be referred at a later date. Section 5 of the rule provides that the Speaker may appoint members to perform the duties of the chair for the duration of the period addressed in Section 4 of the rule as though under Clause 8A of Rule 1. Section 6 of the rule provides that each day during the period addressed by Section 4 of the rule shall not constitute a calendar day for purposes of Section 7 of the War Powers Resolution. Section 7 of the rule provides that each day during the period addressed by Section 4 of the rule shall not constitute a legislative day for purposes of Clause 7 of Rule 13. Section 8 of the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 2879, the Stop Government Abuse Act. Under a closed rule, the rule provides 1 hour debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions of the bill. The rule provides one motion to recommit. Finally, Section 9 of the rule provides that upon passage of H.R. 2879, the following bills are laid on the table: H.R. 1541, H.R. 2579, and H.R. 2711.
There the motion from the gentleman from North Carolina. I would defer to the gentleman from Oklahoma for description of the rule. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the rule provides a structured amendment process for the REINS Act. It makes in order 12 amendments, 7 of which are offered by Republican sponsors and 5 of which are offered by Democrats or bipartisan groups of members. It also self-executes an amendment making a minor technical change. This is a fair rule that addresses most of the major issues of the bill.
You've now heard the motion and the explanation by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Is there any amendment or discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee grant H.R. 367, H.R. 2879, and H.R. 2009 each an open rule so that the members can have some opportunity to offer amendments on the bill before them.
You've now heard the amendment from the gentlewoman from New York who is seeking an open rule. I would advise my members that this discussion and testimony before the committee this evening very clearly represented the best effort from the gentleman from California, the chairman of the committee, who indicated that he did not believe that this would be controversial before it went on the floor today, and thus we are seeking a rule tonight. Further discussion?
Chairman,
Yes, the gentleman's recognized.
if he didn't believe that it was going to be controversial today, I assure you, he will know tomorrow that it was controversial.
You know what? This is one of the beautiful activities, Judge Hastings, that takes place in this committee, preparation for what comes tomorrow, and I appreciate that. Votes now on the amendment from the gentlewoman from New York. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen?
No.
Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? No. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Yes.
Ms. Slaughter? Aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk will report.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further discussion? All right, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox? Aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? Aye. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent? Aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? Aye. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen?
Aye.
Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? Aye. Ms. Slaughter?
No.
Ms. Slaughter? No. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern? No. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings? No. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman? Aye.
Clerk will report.
9 yeas, 3 nays.
The motion is agreed to. Motion is agreed to. And the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, will be our manager.
And I'll do for the minority.
And the
Have a chance to kill 5 bills with one rule. That's not a bad day.
Not a bad deal. I appreciate the committee being here this evening. Please be advised we do not expect another meeting this week. However, you never know. So I would encourage the membership to pay attention. Thank you very much. This ends the meeting for the evening.